Good afternoon, good evening, and good day. Good morning to those of you on the West Coast. I seem to have caught a little something, so I'll sound a little different. And between fighting X to get the space going on the side here and a little person throwing a tantrum right in my hands here, right underneath the microphone, I figured you guys didn't want to hear a bunch of screaming about milk. The bottle from yesterday was empty, and she saw it. She was hungry, so that's what we had. Now, I don't have anything prepared today, because why would I? Let's go ahead and find out what's going on, and we'll go from there. Oh, yes?
Just pick one for you. Then one for you.
Okay.
And no more.
Yeah, they were really expensive cookies.
Yeah.
But they looked like ones from when I was a kid, so I picked them up. But I see now it's got chocolate chips, and they're not like the ones I had from when I was a kid.
It's empty.
It's empty.
Yeah, and it's going to take tomorrow.
Okay. Don't waste them. If you don't like them, I'll eat the rest of them, okay? I have found the ones I was looking for in the past, but I have to order them online. Usually from Walmart, but not always. You can also order them from Amazon, but then they're 4 times the price, and they're already expensive as they are. And these were the cheap cookies when I was a kid, so somebody discovered they taste good. All right, so as I was saying, started late. Munchkin was screaming. We got a heat index of 116 to 119, depending on which weather service you want to trust. So it may be a little darker in here than typical because I've got on less lights. Let's see. In the chat, we got Highlander. Highlander says ready. Says that Moto might be on an ice cream break, and it was close. She was on a cookie break. Got the local superchargers and burgers in California. Sweet. All right. And sending you a bag of dry ice. We're going to settle the cooling issue right now. Yes. I think that the air conditioner is on. Let me check it. I mean, I know it's on, but I think it's working. Showing 99 on the thermometer outside. And we're showing that the air conditioner is kicking. And it's way off nominal. It's trying to get to 78, and it's at 82. And lose it. Nice. Don't touch any of the mode buttons. We don't want to change modes right now. I have to reset for 5 to 15 minutes in the heat. We don't have time for that. Okay, as I said, let's find out what's going on in the world of our circles, and we will go from there. Unless anybody's got any stories or adventures from this week. I had a couple of smooth runs with FSD, and the map seems to be really good at predicting where it is we're trying to go, even without it being an appointment in the calendar. Those ones, I'd say, you'd better figure those out. The fact that it doesn't sometimes is a little weird, because it is linked in my phone and the calendar. But when we're going someplace, we're just going to go here. It's off the cuff. It's like, oh, did you want to go to this particular store? Did you want to go visit this particular person? It's like, we're not on a schedule. How did you figure this out? It's that uncanny, like, the machines are listening to us. But we know they're not because the Tesla app doesn't have any microphone permissions on the phone. So how did they do it? I have no idea. But it's really cool. It's not just the time of day we get into the car either, because like when I want to go pick up my medicine, it's not the same days. It's not even the same time of day, except it won't be at lunchtime for the pharmacist, because why do that to yourself? So, a water leak detector in this building that is unavailable. That is not what I want to see from my water leak detectors. There was an update to one of the home sensors. So I clicked update, and then I saw several of the water leak detectors are unavailable. That's better, because that just means that integration is missing for whatever reason. We'll deal with it later. What if it was just one? That's creepy. Okay. Robert's here. And like I said, let's pull up our feed. Let's just duplicate the window we're in. New window. I didn't mean to duplicate the tab, but that works. I pop the tab out into a new window. There we go. Oh, excuse me. Shrink the window a bit. And then let's go to some places. Let's start with Inside EVs. I was going to say the one that closed. Inside EVs gave us the bad server again, of course. So let's do Fred's site. In the driver's seat. Interesting. All right, so let's share screen so you guys can see what I see. I'm just going to riff on what we see, and it'll be a fun one. Share screen. My computer's acting up again. I just rebooted it. So I was doing a low-level drive format on a SAS drive via SSH, and I was afraid that rebooting it would break the connection, and then it just became so unstable I had no choice. And then it didn't matter because apparently it successfully backgrounded when I asked it to push the session to the background, and it's still formatting. 36 hours later. Well, the light just turned off. It might be done.
I'm sticking with my dry ice theory.
Dry
And as
ice.
you can tell, my voice isn't so good either.
All right. So did you catch some of the environmental goof or what happened to yours? A night of cheering?
Fuzzy's running around Ohio.
Ah, nice. All right, real quick, I'm going to check on that. That format. I want to see. No, it's not finished yet. Oh, there it is. Light's blinking in. It must have took a break. I had been running for 3 days straight. I need to take a break. Got excited. All right, so click the share button. Yeah, share audio is fine. I'll just have to be mindful with my mute button should something come up. And there it is. And let's get back to you guys and set this format to the way I like it. And push that over there. Not that one. Need this one. I want that one. There we go. All right, so as I said, I'm going to riff on what I see, and then we'll have a conversation as items come up. I move this so I can see the chat while we're in the other windows. There we go. So, like I said, the driver's seat, that's interesting. Tesla's about to launch Robotaxi in Bay Area, but with someone in the driver's seat, we'll talk about that one. I'm going to assume that it has something to do with the permits that they have on hand. They have had a permit for California and either Nevada or Arizona, and I assume they're just using the existing permits rather than having a whole new one. And that particular permit would require a safety driver. And it's not exactly a safety driver if the person's sitting in the passenger seat with their thumb on the door open button. So it's probably simpler than it seems. The Genesis GV90 really does not have coach doors. Oh, really does have coach doors. Good. Because if it didn't, that would be a massive, not to say false advertisement, but a detraction from the concept car. And we're used to that with other companies, but really only Tesla and Honda even come close to their concept cars. And Tesla did a number on the Cybertruck. It was nothing like the concept car. And they had a deviation with the semi-truck too. It didn't have a frunk. So Elon Musk on Tesla's new affordable car. It's the Model Y. we suspected this, and then I had some inside information, so I already knew this, but we'll talk about that as well. I'll try not to get myself in trouble or my person. Nexamp found a faster way to build solar, and it did the utilities job. I wonder if this is the one I saw in passing, with like rollout arrangements. It's not exactly. I mean, it's faster to deploy, but it's not exactly faster because you got to get everything on a rig. But you still need a rig when you get there anyway. So if it is what I'm thinking of, that can still work. Mary Kay goes electric with a new pink Cadillac Optic. Cue the music. I thought they had a pink Cadillac Lyric as well, so that's not all of that. I mean, it's good that they keep the options up. The expiration of the heavy-duty clean vehicle. Oh man, that's gone too. Heavy-duty clean vehicle tax credit and IRA caused your company or fleet to accelerate plans to buy an EV in the next 60 days. Well, my personal company's not doing any of that, and my people I work for, it's a special situation. They're definitely not buying any EVs either. So the company that I work for, that I made up, it's doing all this. We already have an EV, so we don't need to spend money on a second one just yet for one driver. Given the opportunity, if we had the extra cash, we certainly would, but we don't. First drive of RBW's electric roadster is a sporty modern take on British classics. Now, I saw pictures of this thing earlier. That is cool. Let's take a look at that later. This cool-looking electric motorcycle wants to pretend to be an e-bike. Okay, however, that could get some people in trouble. Again, as we've been discussing, make sure your e-bike is an e-bike, especially over in Robert's side of the world. And as he warned us, our side of the world is also beginning to wise up to the mopeds and motorcycles disguised as bikes. And it's not a ticket you want. Not a ticket you want. You definitely don't want your bike seized and impounded when you're out and about. Now you got a long walk ahead of you. Or you got to pay for an Uber or something on the way back. Assuming that they don't put you in a room. Who is that? His name escapes me all of a sudden. But hi there, hello. I'm going to put you in a room. It's time to start recommending some Tesla Powerwall alternatives. Update. Why? Are they cheaper? Have they gotten better? Because the Powerwall is really tough to compete with. And it usually requires more parts, just like the Tesla Megapacks usually require more parts to get the competition going. Vertical Aerospace completes the first ever public airport-to-airport eVTOL flight. Oh, that's exciting. Because, you know me, electrify all the things. Honda takes a page from the Tesla playbook and launches a new insurance business. Okay, that's interesting. I don't know what Honda's up to these days. It doesn't sound like they know what they're up to either. They're not doing electric. They're doing electric. We're doing more hybrids. We're not. Let's start some insurance. Shuffling our plants around. I mean, it's better than nothing like Toyota's trying to, just bury their heads in the sand. But my, is it confusing to follow. Google rolls out AI mode shortcut. Samsung is gearing up after the death of the S Pen. They better not. I enjoy the S Pen. That was the whole point of the Galaxy Note. To the original Fold I had, which was nice, but now the Fold doesn't have it. The S Ultra, I've got it, and I use it all the time. I'm not using this sausage finger. It's not actually a sausage finger. It's just a regular small man finger. To write. That's what the stylus is all about. Now, if they leave the digitizer in there and the receiver, and I have to buy it separately, that'll suck, but fine. Also, if they have a way to, kind of keep it with the phone, I need that. But if they remove it, I don't know what I'm going to do. I might hang on to this one for the full 7-year term it's available for. Google Pixel's 10 series, shaping up to be the best kind of subtle upgrade. All right. Meaning that you don't need to upgrade, right? Pixel Watch 3, UI 8 seemingly removes the bootloader unlock from Samsung Galaxy devices. Uh-oh. Good thing I didn't bootloader unlock, but you like to have choices. Okay, now here, see a Lion Electric. You see it says Lion Electric in the headline, and it says unforgivable. And yes, they have screwed over the taxpayers and school districts and any individual.
Yes, they have.
And any individual companies and people that bought the buses. I saw one for a really steal of a deal, and I thought about getting it for HV Nomads, but then had some taxes or something come up, and I didn't have enough money to do it. Good thing. Woo, good thing. Yes. And then one came back at the price that I still had available, but it was AC only, and I need DC fast charge because we're going to be rocking the country. I don't want to be stuck anywhere. And DC or AC, I would have been stuck with one of these Lions. So I'm glad that.
Yeah, you got to make it to Chattanooga. If I can make it, you can make it.
Oh, we can book it all over. The question is, now that we can't car camp anymore, because you got car seats and the thing won't fold. Actually, you can do it with one car seat and one sleeper, but I'm a little too tall for 2 car seats in the car camping.
The kids are young; they'll survive. Do like when I was a kid. The parents just threw us in the back, stacked us up like cordwood.
That could work. Remove the
seat belts. What are those things? Just throw the kids in the back. We'll get them at the end of the ride.
Yeah, you can car camp still if you remove the car seats. It's a pain to get them in and out. So.
Yeah. I don't know if you saw those videos I sent you. They were doing the camping thing, and they had that portable tent with all the gear and the stuff, and they packed it away. And it reminded me of my grandmother, because my grandmother and my auntie, that they were able to pack things. How women can do it. She packed it into a Ford Fiesta, the Mark II, which is a really small car. She got everything in there, the tents with all the gear, or everything in there, and they were still able to get in the back. They did put down the back seats, but there was my auntie and her husband, and they had everything there for a whole week in just that small space, which is basically, you I think you just take away, as you said, one seat, and then you've got all that stuff in there. But there's a video of them putting it together and putting it up, even in the rain. They got it up quickly. Nice. And you can do that in a campsite. And that's a quick way of doing it without having to have the trailer, the camper van or whatever. But because you were trying to do that before, weren't you? And I still hope you're able to do that in the future. But there are small scale stuff that are easier to do, and there's a wealth of that, and that doesn't break the bank as well.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't see the videos yet. I've had a tough week keeping up with my communications, but I will take a look this week. Marcus says, I don't have the link to join. Stand by, Marcus. Let me get that for you.
I did redo the space. Repost the space.
Oh, good. Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, I did the same thing once that I got on X Live. I reposted or whatever.
And I'm going to try and open up YouTube, because I got you on Facebook and Twitter. Let's see if I can get the YouTube to work today.
Me neither. Oh, brother.
Thanks.
I'll bring you back. Every time Kacey knows this.
Yes.
9 out of 10. If I go back over to YouTube, and then it causes more work for Kacey. So once I'm in the room as co-host, I don't leave anymore.
I understand.
Not until I get a second phone.
I've got the TV, the tablet, and the phone. And so on the TV, I've got the YouTube. Let's see if it'll let me do it because before it kept making me go for another Kacey, not you. Oh, I just dropped that. Let's see if we can go into search.
Okay. And then you're more familiar with what's going on with Lion, so we'll talk about that, Highlander. Just kind of scrolling through, seeing what catches my eye. Chinese real-world self-driving test, 36 cars, 216 crashes with Tesla on top. Tesla doesn't self-drive in China, so let's see the details on that. They don't even FSD in China, so let's see what that's about. Lucid Gravity's SUV just smoked the Corvette Z06 to 150. Oh my goodness. Wow. I mean, it already smokes every other EV SUV last I checked. So if the old Model X can do it, P100, then there's no reason that something that can smoke the Plaid can't do it. But I feel like we can see a video. The EIA solar outpaced wind for the first time ever in May, and then we cut the funding. So let's see how it does next year. It'll still do well, but I bet you it was going to look like they want it to, and it's going to look terrible. They're politicians getting in the way of health and environmental stuff because they want to dig stuff out of the ground instead of the lights, because who needs clean air? Who needs stable temperatures in the world? Ugh. Rant over. It will happen again, I promise you. I'm not even really sorry. Let's see. Brad Power's new Brad Runner e-bike bundles flash sale. Okay, get you a sale on e-bike before it's over. A Lamborghini EV we've been waiting for might not be so electric after all. Kind of like Ferraris, huh? It's not the Urus, but the Lamborghini did promise the first EV would offer an unprecedented driving experience. That's if it ever launches. And after it's already delayed, Lamborghini EV might not even be fully electric when it arrives. Can't say we're surprised. Definitely can say we are disappointed. Was hoping to be surprised. Volkswagen G Group captures 8 of Germany's 10 best-selling EVs in the first half. Now, I saw one of these on the road the other day, and I don't know what it is. Is this the ID, like, what? Because I thought we only had the SUVs here, and it was definitely a sedan and a Volkswagen, and I didn't see a tailpipe. It looks like this.
Looks familiar.
Yeah.
Looks familiar.
But I mean, they sell it there.
Like,
from what I understand, we don't sell it here. Unless it was one of those manufactured cars that was just on the road between locations around here. Because it was not camouflaged or anything. And I've seen them do that for tests. They'll just bring over one of their other cars and just run it up and down the highway while they're on their like, factory tours or whatever, just making sure everything is the way it's supposed to be. Single-speed electric bikes are awesome because there's less to break, I assume. Hyundai launches a new EV grant program offering up to $5,000 in savings, so they're getting ready for September. Let's see if this thing will last longer than September. We'll look at that and read about it. That one we already opened up, so we'll talk about it. Next Amp found a faster way to build solar and did the utilities job too. I think we opened that. Let's see. I'll make sure. I don't want to skip that. The computer's screaming at me, so we're going to stop opening stories and just look at what we got. So let's do that now, I suppose. Next tab. Share this tab instead. And Tesla's about to launch robotaxi in the Bay Area, but with someone in the driver's seat. Stripping all meaning from the word robotaxi as it plans to expand its supposedly autonomous ride-hailing service in the Bay Area as soon as this weekend, albeit with somebody in the driver's seat. Okay, so that doesn't mean what you think it does. Having a safety driver doesn't make it not a robotaxi. It just makes it not what we saw in Austin. As highlighted over the last few months, it's purely about optics. I wouldn't say that. Although I would say it does thread some fine needles about what they promise versus what's out there. I will give you that. Tesla is not yet ready to launch a level 4 autonomous driving system, but Musk needs Tesla to achieve a win in self-driving after years of failed promises. I'll leave that be and not touch it. They decided to launch Robotaxi, a ride-hailing service in Austin, but due to the automaker not being ready to deploy level 4 autonomy, it had to add a safety monitor in the passenger seat front passenger seat at all times. Not ready or want to ensure that they are at the level of safety that they are willing to take the liabilities for. There have been 2 or 3 cases where the safety operator safetied and if you just throw this thing out there without this mode, without this stage of somebody able to kind of take over and deal with stuff.
Yes, sir.
the
It
fir-
is early days, and a lot of people are, all eyes are on it.
Exactly.
Better safe than sorry.
Exactly.
Better safe than sorry.
The first completed incident, NTSB, NHTSA, local law enforcement, local politicians, national politicians, state politicians. You don't want that smoke. You don't want that smoke. It's going to happen. But let it happen when they've got like a million rides under their belt and millions upon millions of hours of safe operation. Okay, you don't have to be that far, but it has to be the point where the first incident doesn't shut it down forever and ever. Because, well, humans are very slow politically, and we are always looking backwards. So, if this thing is ready and it just makes a little slip up, even if it made one slip up where a whole fleet of taxi drivers in the tri-state area, 4 states, yeah, I know those numbers don't match, would have had like 1,000 times more accidents and incidents and crashes than the robot, they would still end it. So I don't.
I almost think it's a mixed blessing because we are under so much scrutiny for politics that I don't care a hoot about.
Yeah.
But early on, we're driving the safety. I think it actually benefits us in the long run.
Yeah. Because they just let it go and said, here we go. I mean, because when you remember that Waymo has been in development for 30 years now. So the fact that Waymo does it and still makes mistakes, and Tesla's been doing this for about 10 years, almost 10, like 9 this year, 10 next year. That's a third as long, right? So I am comfortable with them taking the cautious approach. Because the only ways this thing can fail are very badly. Even for something super minor, like, oh my goodness, it knocked over a trash can. Nobody was injured. No, not a scratch was had. The trash can was empty, so it didn't even litter. It's not going to be pretty.
Be worldwide headline news.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, did you see last week?
Tesla attacks the Greenpeace movement. I can see it now.
Where did you see last week? Tesla, it scuffed a trash can. Major property damage. They owe $300 to the utility.
It's the end of the recycling movement. It had a recycling label on the trash can.
Did you see when it was open? A bird came and stole the top half of a hamburger out of it. Not to make
we laughed amongst ourselves because we're all trusted friends here, but we know people actually publish this crap.
Yeah.
They put it on TikTok, YouTube, and so forth, and
yes,
they publish it.
Yes, and not to make light of what could happen, because that our tone will be completely different should somebody be, or when somebody's injured in one of these vehicles, and not just the robotaxi. Any of these, it's going to happen. But the point is for it to happen less, and because all these things have a minimum of 9 eyes on the Tesla and a bajillion sensors on everybody else's stuff, we expect it to happen less frequently. And that when it happens, either it be somebody else's fault, like it's been every time with the Google car, or that it be mitigated, like we see with the tests that Volvo is no longer doing on their own. So
I have nothing to compare it to. I've all driven the latest FSD, although next time I'll make it a much longer ride.
Yeah.
But as I said before, Toledo, we have one taxi company, not just for the city of Toledo, all the suburbs, one taxi company. We have no Waymo, and I don't see them coming or even getting into Toledo anytime soon.
They'll find a way.
So what I see is there's an advantage for Tesla.
Yeah. Plus, it's a lot harder to, if they don't put the name on the side, it's a lot harder for them to get singled out. Now, what I am forgot where I was going with that already. Let's continue on this. Inside the launch robotaxi, for level 4. Passenger has access to the controls capable of stopping the vehicle at all times, as you do with Waymo, which is similar to how Tesla's consumer version of supervised FSD works. Not quite. In supervised, you just take over. The supervisors have already had dozens of interventions of just 7,000 miles in Austin over the last month. Okay. Dozens isn't bad considering that, on my old version, I have usually 1 or 2 per trip. Like round trip, not just one way. That would be kind of bad. GOP senator fights White House over frozen funds. Interesting.
I just had a wild thought about FSD.
What you got?
So we had like a 5-minute monsoon here in the northern Toledo area, right off the water, so that it's prone to flooding.
Mm-hmm.
I'm driving down Manhattan, major street, and it is beyond flooded.
Okay.
I hit 80 because I saw a little tiny Honda already got stuck, and I'm like, I don't know how deep it is, but the Honda's already dead.
Right.
Hit it. My poor little Dodge tried turning into a submarine, but we made it through. I was doing 20 at the other end, and I'm not exaggerating. So my thought was, as we're talking, what would a Waymo or a Tesla robotaxi do in that situation where you cannot tell the depth of the water unless you literally are a neighborhood driver and you already know, okay, yep, that's going to be deep.
I'm not sure.
How are they going to handle that?
I'm not sure about the Waymo, but I will tell you that the Tesla will try to avoid it. There was a water main break near a school that I went past a couple weeks or months ago now, and the car has a particular lane it likes to get in to make that turn, and it was like the cartoon elephant sees a mouse situation. It's like it made the turn, it saw the water, it paused, it thought about it, it wiggled the wheel a little bit, and then it drove up to the water. I guess it had gauged the depth, and then it slowly went across it, and then it changed lanes sooner than it would have. And then once we were across the water, it picked up speed to extra legal speeds, as it is wont to do, and then we continued on. Thankfully, it was summertime. There was no summer school at this particular school, so there wasn't a risk of it's burning. There wasn't a risk of a super speeder ticket in a school zone. Thankfully, I would have stopped it if that was the case. But I really wanted to start to learn to read the signs, because this particular school zone I don't think has the flashing lights either. So it should have just been going slow until it knows the schedules. But so with that, I would say it probably would avoid the water, because other times I've come across deep puddles, or there's a near this building there's a manhole cover that has like the road behind it is just fallen away, and it's raised up pretty high. You've seen manhole covers without them being inset correctly, and so it actually makes the turns. It's a right-hand turn it needs to make. It goes almost to the next lane and then makes the right and settles it. Unless there's somebody in the other lane, then it'll either wait for them to get out of the way, or it'll kind of like thread the needle so it doesn't stand a chance of dropping the right rear wheel in with that manhole cover. But will it do that every time? I don't know. But I'd be confident that it would try to do the right thing. Hey, we got Marcus in the house.
Hello, everyone.
Hey. Good morning or afternoon in your case.
Can you hear me clear?
Yeah, you're pretty clear.
Good deal. No echo?
Glad to have you here, buddy.
Yes, sir. How you doing?
It's all good. Like I said, I always enjoy it when you drop in to help out Brother Kacey, man.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, you've got to do it. How does your car handle floods? Does it in FSD?
Floods?
Yeah. Like
Thank
a water
God.
main?
Well, honestly, we had this, last couple of weeks we had this bad weather here in Austin with the rain was, stopped.
Yeah.
The only thing really came out was on White Ghost, really. So
Okay,
you know,
understood.
nothing else came out. I ain't got my Cybertruck yet, so
Yeah.
but
I don't blame you.
but
That was the one they make.
but my P85 Plus, you know, it I had some spots, you know, kind of iffy, you know, kind of like kind of nice little puddles, but it handled pretty well, you know, for that being a real drive car.
Right.
But yeah, it handled well though. But that's everything else ain't coming out. Like I said, let's try to get my Cybertruck order.
I understand. I don't blame you. Like I said, the other one's your moneymaker. All right. So Anders says, "Good evening from Stockholm, Sweden." Good evening. Good to have you. All right. So let's continue on seeing what they say about this this robotaxi situation. I'm thinking they're reading too much into it. Like they've got their permit in California, and it's not the same permit they've got in Texas, and they're just operating underneath that existing permit rather than waiting for a new one to get pushed.
Right.
I don't think that there's any ill will or evil doing at play here. Let's see. Now they want to launch in the Bay Area. Rumors of that it could be as soon as this weekend. I didn't check to see if they did do that, and I don't see an update on here either. So Alexander, as the top comment says, clearly this is the point of Elon's system of broodmares. Its building factory turn out organic neural networks that can be trained to operate a car at least as well as an ordinary driver. It can be installed in every vehicle. But these are clearly not his children, so I don't know how that became the top comment. What the heck? However, during Tesla's earnings call this week, Tesla's head of self-driving, Ashok Elaswamy, confirmed that it will be with a person in the driver's seat. Again, if you have a self-driving permit that says you have a safety driver, they're not exactly a safety driver in the passenger seat, are they? So I get the change. The next is the San Francisco Bay Area. We're working with the government to get approval here, and meanwhile, we'll launch the service with a person in the driver's seat just to expedite as we wait for regulatory approval. I mean, how much easier is it for you for any objections for your regulator when they say, oh, well, what about this and that? Well, it's been operating for 3 months in Austin with 0 incidents, and we've been operating in the Bay Area under our previous permit with 0 incidents as well. So don't fret, give us a stamp.
Right.
versus waiting for it to all happen, and then you have to fight all the stuff, and then you have no data to show them. Data is all it's going to take to get around their objections. Unless it's political, like we saw with the whole rocket sound situation that they just pushed through with their military lessons. The military's like, I don't care what you say about the sound. We need these rockets in space. Get them up there now.
Yeah, I was going to say political. It sounded like maybe to me.
It was. They literally said that, and I'm surprised that they didn't get sued by SpaceX for that. But,
wow.
Yeah. They should have never phrased it that way. They could have done any number of things and got away with it. They went ahead and said it was political, and so I bet you the reason they didn't is just because that particular lawsuit would cost a lot of money, and the military had already told them to just ignore it and go on anyway, and it's from a military base. So, do you want to spend the money or not? Tesla executive says that Tesla's waiting for regulatory approval, but last we heard, Tesla has yet to apply for proper permits to commercially operate autonomous vehicles in California. Well, we know that also that all of the Musk codes are really bad at paperwork. So just because you don't see it doesn't mean that it wasn't turned in. It might not even be correct enough to be considered, but that doesn't mean it wasn't turned in. Electric thinks. I'm surprised they need a take. They were very aggressive throughout the article. To be clear, this is no different than an Uber driver who owns a Tesla with FSD picking up at the airport. Yeah, at the moment, sort of, because if they're using the FSD software, not FSD software, they're using the robotaxi software. It's not FSD, and they will have to they'll have to log their miles and disconnections. I don't know if they have to do it weekly or monthly or quarterly. So if we don't see that number go up, then yes, they were just using FSD with an auto queue or whatever. But I really don't think that's what we're going to see. I think we're going to see robotaxi software. And if they don't have their permits and they're using the existing one and they've got a person in the driver's seat as a safety driver, then the next report should show assuming that this one hasn't passed the last report.
Right.
When them do that, they'll put something in at the last minute so it doesn't show in the next report. So they get 2 extra reports without showing it. But this next one should show X amount of miles and incidents, etc., with the safety driver on that safety report. It's no more than a distraction for the fact that Tesla can't deliver autonomous. They can do it right now if they wanted to risk it, and like we said earlier, wanted to risk getting shut down forever with some hair trigger, just twitch reaction.
Right.
Okay, so there's the broodmares guy. I don't think he really has broodmares. He does most of it via artificial, right? So that's a weird complaint to lodge. If he had a sense of humor that extended beyond sex jokes, he'd just have the drivers all wearing the robot suits. I think that would make it harder to get the employees to do it if you had to wear a Disney sweatsuit.
Yeah.
Really seeing someone looking like Daft Punk driving a car would actually be, that would be cool in the Daft Punk suit if they were comfortable. And I don't know how you keep them comfortable because you see the ones that have their water bottle with them, and it's in Southern California and Texas. Don't think so. I hear Moto back there having a tantrum. Sounds like she's skipping now.
Your mic picked a real good.
Dad.
Yeah.
Where's the ice cream?
The ice cream's right there in the freezer. I don't know why she doesn't just take one like she always does, even when she's told not to.
I say your mic pick up pretty good, man.
Yeah, it does. It's a 20-year-old mic now. It's done me well. I saw somebody with the same mic the other day, the new version of it, but they had the little interview pop filter on it. They were holding it like a microphone, but like this way because it's only sensitive at the front, not on the side. So they were holding it like this. I was like, wow, I'd never thought to do that. But at the same time, if I took mine down and did that, not only would it put more stress on the connection than it's ever had in its lifetime, I would be prone to hold it the other way, like a regular interview microphone, and you would never hear me because I'd be talking past the sensor instead of into it.
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't think the comments are going to be useful in this article, but I think we've touched on the biggest concerns of why and how and what could go wrong and why Tesla's probably doing it this way. So let's look at the Hyundai like we talked about. The Hyundai, like I said, they need to. That would be a feature that if they didn't bring the coach doors, would have. I mean, it would still sell, but it wouldn't be what they promised. I don't know if they'll still have the swivel seats. I hope they will. And if they do, then that again, Volkswagen 30 years and no swivel seats and no sliding tracks and accessories. Come on now, that ID Buzz was disappointment compared to what you've been showing off for 30 years. 25, whatever. A long, long time.
Yeah.
It's 25 because it was in the year 2000. When Genesis first previewed its full-size electric SUV, the coach doors were one of its biggest highlights. It looks like it'll actually make its way into production vehicle. Genesis GV90 was spotted in the US for the first time with coach doors, offering a glimpse of the upcoming luxury SUV. How can you tell from that picture? That picture looks quite normal to me. They don't look like coach doors. Unless they zoom in and see the hinges are on the wrong side. It looks like there's a door handle right there, right? Is there another one here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So let me tell you a little secret there on that. Something like that now, when they have those things like that on that camera, it kind of they do that to throw people, throw some things off sometimes too. So.
That's true. The camo, yeah.
Yeah.
They're getting better at it too, because it used to be they just wrap it in a bag, and then they put later on they put the distortion wrap on it, and then hey, let's bump
Trust
it.
me. Trust me, I know.
You've seen it firsthand, I bet.
Yeah, definitely.
So the interior I expect will look similar to this, but I don't think it'll look just like this. Just because that interior doesn't look like it's road legal. All right, so that's all we need to see from the Genesis. So let's keep on trucking. And share this tab instead. And Elon Musk on Tesla's new affordable electric car. It's just the Model Y. But as we saw, the Model Y L in China is also just a Model Y. So, who knows what could become of this? We have some ideas, but you'll be surprised. I'll say that, yeah. Let's see what the news here seems to know. Ended months of speculations and misinformation, which he partially created. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Oh, Unboxed is not a Tesla Model Y. Shows a Model Y doing Unboxed. Unboxed is just a Model Y. Okay. That's kind of what the pictures were showing us. You could say, oh, maybe not necessarily. You don't gotta. You can do it without lying to us, basically. Since last year, Tesla's guided launching new affordable models in the first half of 25, and looks like they're going to be late on that. Better late than never, I suppose. But I heard somebody else point this out, and I do have to agree with that point. Somebody else pointed out that the plans were shooketh with the latest political maneuverings. It was supposed to end the tax credit at the end of the year, and then these ambitious folks came and snatched our tax credits and everything else away early. Again, if you are in the market and you have the funds and you qualify, do it now before the credit is gone, because they're not going to give us anything to replace it. They're just going to make it worse.
Correct.
So might as well do it while it helps you. So that will also affect anything you're planning with a budget vehicle. So the fact that they're now going to be in the second half instead of the first half, you can't entirely blame it on them, because if they had already had all the numbers lined up, same thing we saw with all the dealerships who hate EVs. They were like, don't take the tax credit away. You're going to mess with our numbers. It's just because they didn't like EVs didn't mean they wouldn't, toss you the keys and take your checkbook. So they're like, hey, just leave it to the end of the year. We'll figure it out. Don't go accelerating stuff. You're going to mess us up for the last quarter.
Mm-hmm.
And the politician said, so I'm gonna leave off that. But that also could have affected the. I don't know what the child is doing.
Well, I know for a fact there are a few EV dealerships. I remember the Ford dealership in Oregon. It was an early adapter. They even paid for the 2 chargers in the back.
Wow,
Cost
they were expensive.
Fortune. Yeah.
Yes.
And they, on their LED board, they're advertising we got EVs, and that didn't sell well.
Yeah.
But for those not familiar, it is, and this is a recorded space. People listen afterwards.
Yeah.
In Western Michigan, EVs aren't as popular, but there's one dealership that showed up to our in the Michigan Tesla events, one of the major events, and it's awesome.
Yeah.
But that dealership, they're all in, and they're like exactly what you said, Casey. Hey, we were kind of counting on this legislation to be what it is.
Right. They guided for us.
And these dealers have to buy the cars.
Yes.
I mean, sometimes
you have to buy them early too.
the big automakers shove them down their throat, but ultimately they got to buy the cars.
Yeah.
They buy them with the anticipation of this rebate or that legislation staying in place.
Yeah.
You made the deal. You said, this is it.
They changed it the last
And then
minute.
you're going to just cut everybody off at the knees?
Right. They pulled the Vader. Pray I don't hold it further. I mean, because the regular dealerships, they don't, I don't say they don't do it at all, but they don't do consignment. They'll do a little bit of consignment, like with a specialty vehicle for a trusted customer that, regulars
Right.
they do good business with. And they'll do it for the manufacturer on a handful of units. Like the manufacturer will be like, this is a new thing, so new that people need to see it to understand it. Here's 10 of them. You can't sell them till the end of the quarter, the end of the year. They'll do those on consignment because technically the manufacturer still owns them until that period. And I've seen dealerships sell the manufacturer's car, even though it's not theirs. And the punishment is, depending on the manufacturer, is sometimes severe. And not worth it. But yeah, so they were all guided that hey, the Congress was seated before the new administration came in, and the IRS had already made their regs, and so this was set until the end of the year. And I did guide that these people have a way of finding money that's already locked in and stealing it. Yes, stealing it, because that's exactly what this is. You've already promised the people it's our taxes, we paid it, and that's theft to reallocate it after it's already been confirmed 3 times that it is situated. So they absconded with it for other purposes and other uses, not to put back to the deficit or the debt like they claim. So because of all of that, that's why I claim it is what it is, and not
It
just
is true though.
yeah,
I'm sorry. It
yeah,
is true.
yeah. Not just us individuals, us individuals who need it to make our decisions. The dealerships, they're some of the largest businesses in each of these states. They have to deal with that, and then it's not just them. You've got power plants, you've got solar installations, you've got windmills, you've got of course Don Quixote can't stand a windmill, so he's glad for that. We've got hydro, we've got all sorts of stuff has just been messed up, and only because some of these developers are as big as they are, that they got the exception that if the project is already under construction by X date, it can get an exemption for the September, and only if it's so big, and only if it's done by XYZ date after that. I want to say probably still the end of the year for them. And that's just because construction is so hard to mess with, and the guy stirring the pot is familiar that construction can take some time. Although I'm sure he'd be glad to just stick it to some people anyway.
Right.
It's his nature.
Baby nuclear reactors take less construction time and less permits.
I think they got an exception for nuke, didn't they? Or was it just methane?
We're still on track. Nobody's messing with us because nobody's paying attention except for India.
Okay. Yeah. So during the shareholders call, Tesla was asked, "What about the new affordable model?" Tesla CFO, I'm not familiar with this guy's name. He's new to me. Vibnev. I'm sorry. Sorry, dude. I butchered your name. I promise you I did. Initially stated that they wouldn't disclose details about the design, but then Musk jumped in and interrupted him and said, "It's a Model Y." I need to go back and listen to that call. I was working and did not think to turn it on. It's hard to hear exactly because he talked over Tandia, but he said that the cat is out of the bag and confirmed that the new vehicle is simply a Model Y. Yeah, we've seen it running around Fremont and Austin, right? In the bag.
Yep.
Yeah. Electric has been reporting on this fact all year, and we've known for months that Tesla's upcoming new affordable models are Model 3 and Model Y with stripped down interior and fewer features like no rear screen and cheaper materials. I don't know that. It's a really good conclusion. In the Elise's article, indeed, Musk noted that the Model 3 and Model Y production lines were starting to be underutilized as the company faced demand issues. Not just them. The whole market is just been flipped. And not just the electrics, because, the rest of the market was subject to tariffs. People are subject to being able to actually afford it. Austerity is a scam. I'm going to say it. Austerity is a freaking scam. It's you notice who doesn't get affected by austerity? The rich people, politicians. Just
True.
throw that out.
I got to agree with you on that one.
I mean, you got a government that can just
Amen, brother.
that can just print money and come up with sensible policies, but yet we have to tighten our belts, and somebody's over there renting a country for the wedding. Just saying.
I'm already 20 pounds underweight. I don't know how much more I can tighten this belt.
Oh, you guys need to. Some people will suffer, and that's a risk I am willing to take. Oh, thanks, Elon.
Right.
Like we weren't in austerity before your butt got in there. Trickle down, trickle up. There's no trickles in economics, people. Don't fall for the scam.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any trickling my way. I show up for events.
And that warm water
I
is
like
not
electrical
rain.
things.
That warm
I
water.
like Mother Earth.
Yes. And warm water is not rain. So instead of making a new, smaller model that would bring in new customers who aren't already served by Tesla's current models, They're just decontenting current models, which will lead existing customers to just sign and spend a little less and go for the cheaper option. I don't think that's a fair conclusion, because you can still have it be a type of Model Y and not be the Model Y that the people who are buying today want. Without it being like a punishment mobile or a bad car, it just would serve a different market completely. But yes, I would say that any of us that were interested in the Model Y today might not be interested in this new thing.
Fair.
Yeah.
And as big as an American market is, we tend to be very blindsided and think we're the USA, we're the only market.
Right.
When you're looking at any product or any philosophy,
Yeah.
you really do got to look at the other people's feet when you're walking around. I mean,
Yeah.
what's their situation?
Yeah. So you've got the Mexico Model 3. People who have Model 3 now would not necessarily be interested in that, but I wouldn't say that it wouldn't sell at all here.
The last time I went to Scotland, I thought, normally I'd just fly into Edinburgh or Glasgow, and everybody picks me up and drives me around. And I thought, for once, I want to have my own vehicle and just be able to take off. I don't want to be burdening or relying on the friends and family I'm staying with. So I went trying to do a cheap budget car.
Yeah.
And, you could find a cheap van with a 3 or 4-speed stick shift.
Oh, nice.
For very cheap.
Hmm.
And I'm in chat rooms. This is on Facebook. They're like, hey, remember last time you went over? My sister had just gotten back. She said, did you forget what the roads are like? Has it ever wondered to you why you can get a van cost premium in the U.S. and in the UK and Europe, dirt is cheap? Because they're not going to fit on any road at all.
Right.
I mean, that's like a one destination road with a van.
Yeah. Oh, it's a full-size van, not a local van.
Yeah, no, yeah, these were full-size,
Nice.
proper vans. They didn't cost much, though.
Yeah, because nobody wants to drive them.
Couldn't drive it any place. Sure as hell can't park in any place. Robert's probably laughing his tail off.
Yeah. All right, so next camp, they pulled up something about deployments. Boston-based solar developer finished building 3 new solar farms in Maine and Massachusetts, but instead of waiting for the utility to handle all the grid hookup work, Nexamp did it themselves. Oh, interesting. Can you do that? That might not sound groundbreaking at first, but in the world of renewable energy, it's a pretty big deal. Yeah, is it allowed? Normally, utilities are in charge of any grid upgrades and interconnection work needed before new solar. Oh, they do the rest of the work. Okay. Before a new solar project can start sending power to homes and businesses. That process can be very slow and expensive. Yeah, because they are super bureaucratic and slow. Nexamp's approach, called self-performance, flips the script, lets developers take on some of that work, like ordering and installing equipment, so they don't have to sit around waiting for the utility to schedule it. That's pretty smart. This allows solar farms to get online faster, which gets clean power to the grid sooner and keeps project costs in check. I like that so far. 3 projects kicked off on the self-performance effort are Heartland Solar, 1.2 megawatts in DC, in Heartland, Maine. Bar Road Solar, 1.3 megawatts DC in New Braintree, Massachusetts. There's a New Braintree and a Braintree? Wow. That's got to be confusing. This is the new one. We don't live over there anymore. And Summit Farm Solar at 2.6 megawatts DC in New Braintree as well. Nexamp didn't go rogue. They worked closely with Central Maine Power and National Grid on the interconnection designs, safety standards, and technical specs. But by handling the actual procurement and construction, Nexamp had way more control over the timing and supply chain headaches. So all they had to do was come get the inspection and push go. That's the way it should be. Self-performance lets us take much greater control over the interconnection procurement and construction. And we can move much of the interconnection work forward at the same time as the solar farm build instead of treating them as separate. That's smart because you don't have the solar farm sitting there getting old as you wait for the utility to plug it in.
Mhm.
That real estate isn't cheap, and you're paying the rent as soon as you tell the farmer you're going to put the stuff on their field, or you're paying the taxes on it as soon as you buy the land. Helps it next.
I don't know why I put my hand up. That's why you made me co-host, so you don't have to deal with it. God, am I stupid? But in any case, so as we're talking about solar, and I still don't get it. And we all know some municipalities or whatever jurisdictions, they just don't want them.
Right.
So I'm watching Brian White's coverage out there in California of a portable home energy backup system, to be used year round.
Right.
And at the end of the show, they're like, well, why take off the wheels?
Yeah.
Because, okay, aesthetically, it looks better if it's on a pad, but now you're getting into, and I'm very familiar with this when I tried putting up a shed at the last property I owned. You start getting into permitting.
Yes.
Anything you put wheels on, all you have to do is call it a trailer.
Right.
License it with your local state, and nobody can mess with it.
Exactly.
So this is so naive, but it's also simple, and it'll probably work. It might work. So you take your first roll of solar panels, you run a pipe through them, stick 2 wheels on it, 2 tail lights. I'm not joking. I had a personal submarine. I'll DM it to you privately.
All right.
It's a little fight. In any case, you get it licensed as a trailer, and now they kind of shut up because you're dealing with a license situation. There you go.
Yeah. Thank you. Lunch? Okay. Let's see. Streamlining exactly what the solar industry needs right now, yeah. Although I bet it's going to be harder now that the anti-solar, anti-renewable people are in charge. Or I say in charge. Are barely in charge. Because all it takes is one of them to have some sense to stop any of their nonsense.
Nobody's making it easier. That's the bottom line. I think we can all agree on that point. Nobody's making it easier.
Yeah.
Although in the UK, they seem to be making, in Australia, the politics of the winds have changed, are in our favor there. But
finally, yeah. But I mean, when your group's average age is 3 years over the retirement age, you don't necessarily care about the young people as a group. And yes, that would make a 50-year-old young.
I would say the grandparents. You get into your 40s and 50s where it's more of a me.
Mm-hmm.
Or you get so old that you can't afford to take care of yourself, and you don't have any grandbabies.
Right.
But if you got grandbabies, then maybe you are a little more future conscious.
You would hope, but also with that, if you make
you would hope.
You would hope, and if you make it so that people either don't want or can't afford to have kids, you won't have the grandbabies to care about. So enjoy that nursing home.
Hey, I'm lining myself up to buy tax abandoned property in Toledo. Now I just made a friend in Lucas County Land Bank. You can look it up. I don't say anything that people can't Google and find out.
Mm-hmm.
In Detroit, it's so easy to buy one as long as you don't mind a crime-ridden neighborhood. My daughter's gone, and my girlfriends, they're friends, so they don't like my neighborhood with the gunshots. Well, don't come over. But in Toledo, I don't understand. That's why our distressed properties, they get delinquent on taxes. Detroit figured that one out real fast. Hey, we'll sell it to you for $1. You got to live here for 5 years.
There you
go. I'm willing to put in the work. I'm a tradesman. We all know that. I'm handy with tools. I love fixing things.
Yes, I agree with them on this thing. This is a good idea. It'll speed things up. You're not waiting around on the utility. As long as you're doing it to spec and they do an inspection, then what's the matter if who did it? If you need it to happen anyway. Especially if they're going to charge you anyway. Why not let you do it yourself if you can do it cheaper?
State of Ohio, you do not need to be licensed to be if you're a barber, which means and the difference is if you're a barber, you're allowed to use a straight razor. That's the big difference. You have to be licensed in the state of Ohio. to do any electrical work, you don't have to be licensed. Every
Wow.
corporation will have its own guidelines, obviously, but in the state of you don't. So
Wow.
when people started complaining about solar panels, it's like, you need a licensed electrician. No, we have licensed electricians in Ohio.
Mhm.
It's just not required.
Right.
Michigan and most states, even non-union, I'll call them non-union friendly states, they have that requirement. I know I spent, years in Virginia and North Carolina.
Yeah. It's probably just a matter of if you don't need the licenses, they want their permit on file, and other than that, you probably could. Oh, where did this addition come from? I don't see the permits. Tear it down, start over. Or you got to bring it up to the modern code and pay all the back fees.
Right.
Depending on the place. Some places don't care. They want it gone and then rebuilt before you can do it again. All right, the first drive of RBW's electric roadster is a sporty modern take on British classics. I really just wanted to look at the pictures. Here they are.
Yeah, where are the pictures? Because apparently at the X takeover yesterday, I forget what his name is, the lead engineer. They already have the prototype and ready to go. I want to see it. I know I've got a friend in Arizona who he's probably already saw it, or probably not. He's just such a car hound and a shop hound. He might not have, but I'd like to see that thing.
Of which one?
Oh, the new Roadster, the one that's supposedly
Tesla
going to
Roadster.
levitate.
Gotcha.
Yeah, the Tesla Roadster. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you talking about another brand?
Yeah, we're talking about RBW.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right. All right, so let's see what they're saying about the Powerwall. Like I said, it's a tough one to compete with, especially if you're talking turnkey, because that Powerwall 3 is something else. Now, if they're talking just in general, like the whole system price, yeah, you can sometimes compete, but we're talking inverter, battery, transfer switch. The whole setup is right there. You got to update to it already too. For years, the Powerwall has been the go-to recommendation for normals looking for a painless, low-effort experience. Update, added more options, put everything in alphabetical order. Okay, let's take a look at this. The Blue Eddy EP800 and B500. Yeah, it'll be cheaper. It'll take a lot more parts, and it won't be as strong. The surge capacity on the Powerwall 3 is impressive. If you're in a smaller space or renting or can't or don't want to add a hardwired battery solution to your home, Blue Eddy's okay. So yeah, so if you're actually their customer, then yeah, the Blue Eddy is worth looking at. The EG4, absolutely. This is definitely a competition for Powerwall, but it's not an all-in-one. I mean, it's an all-in-one unit, but it's your battery is a separate thing. It is cheaper. I will say that. And it does do the same thing. It's just you have more parts. It's not an all-in-one at all. And it does have an impressive surge capacity. The EG4 and the Solarc.
That's a lot of stuff.
It is. So the Tesla Powerwall 3, 13.5 kilowatt hours. The EG4 with the 14.3 kilowatt hour Power Pro, 11.44. Continuous is 11.5 versus 10.24. Round trip efficiency is 97.5. Oh, this must be a new model. You get 99 for round trip. Or they're not counting the battery. Average price per kilowatt hour is 926. Like I said, it is cheaper. DC or AC. This is DC coupled. Yeah, because it can't work with AC power. AC power solar panels. You have to use it as your solar inverter.
Who would their top competition be? Because I know that everything electric out of England, which is a very prominent and unbiased channel in my opinion.
Yeah.
Now they have ever ready battery. disgusting little bunny, in my opinion,
Hmm.
is their sponsor, and they're pushing the ever-ready power packs. But I know not Tesla specs. I know and understand. I'm just wondering what's Tesla's top 3-4 competitions. One of them's got to be AB and B.
Probably. It's going to be something like this. It's hardwired to the wall. Not like the Blue.
Yeah, that's a good question though.
If you Enphase IQ 10 battery, IQ battery 10, again, that's not exactly competition for the Powerwall, but you can add it to an Enphase system to make it competition to the Powerwall. The IQ battery 10 is an AC coupled battery. It connects to your AC microinverters, hopefully also by Enphase, and will pull power in and out of the system, and you'll add a transfer switch so that you can run without the sun and without a grid connection should the power go out at night. If you have one of the IQ 7 or IQ 8s and newer as your microinverter on one of your panels, I say one per. They're not strings on the AC inverters, but per the trunks, then it can turn on the power and self island if you've got the transfer switch. And so then if you don't have a battery and the power goes out during the day and you're not drawing more power than the panels are able to make, then you can run off solar during the day with no power, which is pretty cool too. So theirs is very similar to the EG4 where it's a system. It's not a thing that just replaces the Powerwall. And again, I'm talking Powerwall 3. I'm not talking Powerwall 2 anymore, or 2 plus. Powerwall 3 has got really strong solar inverters. It's got the AC inverters. It's an all-in-one turnkey solution. Batteries there. If you're looking for a one-brand solution, yeah, the Enphase will do you. Franklin, I'm not familiar with the new Franklin. Let's see what they have. But the old Franklin was also competition in the same way that Enphase and EG4 are. If you love the minimalistic styling of the Tesla Powerwall 3 but prefer to spend your money elsewhere, the Franklin WH, a Powerwall 8 Power 2, offers similarly sleek styling and beats Tesla on usable energy storage capacity by 1.5 kilowatt hours. That's nothing long term. Especially if you need more than one unit. So it's like, nearly a full day of keeping modern refrigerator running. Okay. The amount. Oh yeah, it's not extras. One full day of refrigerator running. That's fine. Franklin also designed to be easily retrofit into an existing solar system, but it loses out to Powerwall on price per kilowatt hour at $11.76 versus $9.26 for the Tesla unit. Okay. The GM home energy system. This is new.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. Arguably the most fully integrated EV plus battery backup solution is outside of Tesla is the GM home energy system. I'd say that they and Ford are the only ones right now because if you have Powerwall, your Cybertruck can't actually power your house. If you don't have Powerwall, then your Cybertruck can power your house.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, they offering a kit though, right?
Yeah, they physically can do it. The software is just not ready yet for some reason. A year and a half later. Probably to sell more Powerwalls. Personally, this is the conspiracy theorist thought of it all.
It's very encouraging that even though I'm only on X, I can hear Marcus and he can hear me. So I think we're making huge strides.
Hey, I mean, our members have helped me get the good equipment.
You clear too. I can hear you. You clear.
Thank you.
Well, I love that I'm able to come into the kitchen and watch you now because I'm cooking the food. So I've got the oven on, heating up, ready for that, and then I can come back and I still got you on the other one. But there's a gap between the YouTube and the Facebook and the Twitter. But at least it's better than last week.
Yeah,
it's better than last week though. I'll be thankful that it was better than last week.
What's funny to me?
Oh my God! Yes.
Is the delay on my
Fluffy.
The delay on my
Fluffy's up.
Computer versus my phone or tablet. Well, and X too, yeah. So
Yeah. The X gods aren't always happy with us.
random number generator. Who we're gonna mess with today? Tell them they should not have invested in this platform.
Superchargers?
Oh, I sent you that other one where they were blocking them, where someone deliberately parking in the spots, weren't they? They said, "Oh, well, they're not being used. We're only going to be there for a moment." So, well, that's not the point, is it?
Right, because you never know when somebody's gonna pop up for a supercharger. We're already on the road to come get them.
Yeah. The one came in, and then another one came in and blocked those other two. Well, if they were desperate for it, they would have been in trouble.
Yep. Over by my mom's house, there is a supercharger, and we came in for 4th of July, and the supercharger was empty, and somebody slid on up like, "Oh, this is empty. I'm gonna go and do it." And they parked in the trailer spot, so I parked right next to them, and got out and plugged in, looked them in the eye, and then got back in the car, and then after I got back in the car, I noticed they left. I was like, "Yes, that's right," because the trailer spots.
Well, I mean,
Hmm?
I was thinking about that other guy because he said on national TV, he said how funny it is to unplug people's chargers and then they come back and find that they're not been charged, and he was laughing about it. And then someone actually saw a video of it doing that, but that never surfaced again. But he's encouraging other people to do it, making a laugh about it. And I thought, you wouldn't do that to anyone else. Why do these things?
Right. Somebody will die. I promise you, because you saw an ambulance there, and it's filling up the diesel tanks from zero. And they just click the clicker, and they've walked inside to do whatever. Not the best.
Extremely high voltage and extremely high amps. Recipe for disaster.
Well, there's that. But I mean, like just a diesel ambulance, and then say they're just so worked, they just click the pump and walk away while it's doing its thing, which is not advisable. And then you mess with that. This is the same thing. That could be a doctor. That could be a lawyer. It could be a judge. It could be the policeman.
See, that's just wrong.
Yeah, but if it's not yours, don't.
But
it's that simple.
I wanted to make my point about the local superchargers.
Okay.
Because I rounded about them. So last weekend, I'm like all happy and prepared, and I had brand new pictures for you and brand new updates, and nothing's changed. But if you look in the purple pill, it's the only pictures posted in there. And it didn't even occur to me till now when I made sure they posted properly and you could read them.
Mm-hmm.
This is in your rooms. I try to keep any supercharger stuff to your room. So
yeah,
when people ask me, I can refer them to your room if you want the information.
Is that your eBay?
And so I go there. I check even the scrap copper's gone. Everything looks so ready.
Yeah.
It's so ready that, and I didn't post this picture, they put on where you label them in like 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B. They use very cheap, inexpensive little stickers because one of them's already coming off.
Oh, wow.
And it's still not mentioned.
Yeah.
Because I've got the app where you can see where all the charging stations and what they are and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's not on there. But the thing to notice, if you look at the purple pill, now even the electrical meter is installed and operational.
Yeah. It's at zero. Like nobody even tried it.
That means they've got the 480 going to the damn. So why isn't it operational? The power must be there.
Good question. Are they waiting on one last permit or something?
This is the only thing I can think of. It really is at this point, because I've never seen any electrical product, and this is all I do for a living, folks. Actual living. That puppy looks like it's more than ready to go. So hold up. And I don't have time to go to Northwood and the city of Oregon because I'm not sure which one it's in.
Right.
This Myers is right on the border of two cities. I don't know.
We'll pull those pictures up.
Maybe I can get hold of a buddy and find out real quick. I don't know. It's a Sunday, so that ain't gonna happen.
Right. All right. So the store and
this has been going on since March. Casey, you pointed yourself out that a month and a half ago. Since March, I've been reporting on this stuff.
Yeah. That's why that other company with the solar was wanting to do their own legwork, because you end up with stuff like that. All right, so we're gonna look at those pictures in a second, but the vanadium flow battery normally be battery energy storage system, but vanadium flow is not a battery at all. It's a well, I guess it kind of is, but it's liquid. It's a liquid flow. Like they've got electrolyte flowing with pumps. It's pretty cool stuff.
That's nice.
Yeah. Let's see the price on that. 25 years. Isn't actually a super long time. That's true. It isn't that long. It's long enough though. That's the warranty of some of the solar systems. The system promises to last 25 years or more with no capacity loss. That's actually really good. The no capacity loss part. And you can charge and drain the battery to fully each day without stressing about where. There are a couple of downsides. Not available to the general public. That's why I was surprised to see it listed on this list because the only vanadium flows I've seen have been like experimental or like super expensive or business sized or in Australia. I guess it's a lot easier to get energy stuff done in Australia because of the high cost. Sort of a quasi Kickstarter field. Yeah, I'm not doing a quasi Kickstarter field. Not something like this. Second, the store-in batteries are significantly bulkier. Yeah, they are. They're liquid flowing. They take up more space than a lithium-ion battery, guaranteed. That's if you got the room and you're old enough to realize that 25 isn't actually a super long time. Store-in might be super compelling. Nearly maintenance-free setup that might outlast your solar panels and the roof they're mounted on. It'll outlast their warranty. I don't know about. Depends on your panels. You can get 20, 25, or 30-year warranties on your panels. And I mean, from what I've seen of the deployments of vanadium flow batteries, it's fine. You might need to change a pump. You probably won't recharge your fluid. The Villigrid Plus. Remember how I started saying this wouldn't turn into a best batteries post? Partly driven by the fact I'm neither an electrician, chemical engineer, or someone who's researched thousands of user experience surveys. Yeah, you also seem to have brought in stuff that doesn't actually compete with Powerball. But this looks like a Powerball. So what's going on here? Friends at Solar Energy Experts at Energy Saves, they've got all of those things. They say that the Villigrid Plus stands out as the best battery on the market, scoring the highest in Energy Sage's rigorous equipment rating system. That said, the Villigrid Plus may not necessarily be the best Powerwall alternative. It's very different and much pricier battery. Okay, go on. According to Zagame, it all comes down to the battery's lithium titanium oxide, LTO. Unlike lithium ion batteries, LTO is better recharge capabilities for longer life cycles and doesn't contain any carbon, which makes it extra safe. The only downside is you'll definitely sell out more money for the Villigrid Plus. Yeah, titanium isn't cheap. Using a product in the UK, which is Sig Energy, but it's not sure it's available in the US under that name. A nice modular system with some good options. I looked at Tesla, but felt at the moment it wasn't the right product for me. Wife said no. It's the truth. I guess yeah, that would kind of settle it right there if your significant other just says no straight up. On the surface, the engineering seems solid, but the surface is software moving forward very easily. Okay. Villigrid Plus is 11.5 kilowatt hours usable. It seems weaker than the, and it says get quote. It seems weaker than the Powerball. I don't like it when people say get quote. Give me the daggum price, and then let me and my installer work out something even cheaper. This is 2025. No more get quote.
Right.
Or at the very least, let me get it all fully automated online. Give me my stuff. You can harass me. I got the number right here in hand. I don't got to wait for somebody to call me back and harass me. So I don't know. I mean, those are other options you consider, but I don't know that they are a good replacement for Powerwall 3. Especially for some of the stuff they were kind of leaning into, like, hey, you don't like Elon, get one of these. Don't shoot yourself in the foot just because you don't like the front man.
Right.
You don't know what the other CEOs are saying that you can't see in here. I guarantee you it's not much better than what he's doing. Okay. Vertical Aerospace completes its first ever public airport-to-airport eVTOL flight. Is this thing like the Osprey? Or did just the turbines tip up? I guess they're not turbines. What are they? Propellers? Turbine would be the thing that drives the propeller on a gas turbine. So just a motor and a propeller, right?
I would assume.
So, oh wait, we were gonna look at I closed the tab. Remind me again. We're gonna look at Highlander's pictures in just a second. Air taxi vertical aerospace achieved the world's first this week. The Royal Air Tattoo Riot, the world's largest military aircraft show, held every July, and serving as a public showcase for the latest advancements in aviation technology. It's fitting that the riot served as a setting for the vertical VX4 prototype's first piloted public flight. Nice. They flew 17 miles from the company's flight test center at Cotswolds Airport to Royal Air Force Base, Royal Air Force Fairford, Royal Air Force Station used by the U.S. Air Force. The VX4 reached speeds of 115 miles per hour and altitude of 1,800 feet, and marked the first landing at a public location for an aircraft of this type. Not bad.
Would you get on one?
Yeah,
Would I get on one? No.
I saw the video on the Facebook. I think I sent it to you.
Yeah.
I think I did. I don't know if I did it, but
I'll take a look. This is a good milestone, though. I mean, I'll get on them after they're proven safe. But it's a good milestone. Now, what I want to know is how much battery charge they started with, how much they ended with, how much consumption did it log along the way. That's really interesting to me. And obviously, I like the fact that they made it safely. Let's see. That's a global stage. Blah, blah. Debuted last year with a 20% increase in the power to weight ratio. Oh, that's good. They took advantage of some of the advancements in technology. Top cruising speed of 150 miles per hour. So they weren't pushing it. 115. They said 118. 115. Transports 4 passengers plus a pilot. Okay, good. Because I hate it when they count the pilot as a passenger. So no, 4 passengers and then it's got a pilot. Up to 100 miles on a single charge, and they went, what they say, 17? That's not bad. So I would expect them to have used 20% charge. The inaugural VX4 flight was witnessed by several thousand UK aircraft enthusiasts and showed an eVTOL craft could integrate with real-world operations, including real-world operations, building momentum towards regular certified deployment. The same thing we were just saying about the robotaxis and the competition of the robotaxi. Is just get it out there, prove it safe, and then worry about all the pure and true certifications. So what if it's using another type of certification in the meantime, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so with that, we're gonna go on over to X. KX. I don't know what's at K.com. I don't know that I want to find out. Right, so x.com/gcustom. And then we're going to click on the notification for the blue, purple, and then look at Highlander's pictures. I wonder if it's because I do the space last. It never shows the pink anymore. I mean, we are pink if you look up in the corner when it loads. Purple is an audio space. Pink is a X live stream. It's spinning.
Oh man, you won from 3,000 followers.
Somebody can fix that. I didn't even notice that. Thank you. Yeah, somebody can fix that for me. Whoever's number 3,000, let me know.
Let's see. follow you already on my business one, but I can do it for my personal.
Oh wow, you are only one person away.
So hopefully this is your picture. It's spinning again. I'm sorry, X. I don't have the money for reaching up to 100,000 more users right now. All right, so yeah, here's highlighted pictures. Let's take a look. Come on. So I guess the computer's mad at me. It wants another restart. It's like, you gave me one hard restart, and I want a real restart.
Are we trying to look at the supercharger pictures?
Yes, this is the one in Oregon.
Yeah, Oregon, Ohio,
Mhm.
Metro Toledo.
Yeah. So this is
That we've been talking about for months and months and months now.
yes. From what I'm seeing, it's a V3 Plus. Oh, Lee's in the house. Happy Sunday, Lee. Good to see you. Yes. Indeed.
Hi, Lee. We're over on X.
Hey, Lee.
So V3 Plus, and looks like they got both sides. Both sides can park up on it.
Yeah, you can park on either side, and they have one dedicated with the wheelchair sign,
Okay.
and one pull through as if you're dragging a
trailer?
boat or
Yeah.
anything. Yep.
Okay. So that's that one off to the side there by the
Yep.
cabinet?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So the only other thing
Yep.
I can see that they might be waiting on is the paint striping, but that's never held them up before.
No, that was the only thing that finished on time was the paint striping.
Okay. So a little weird that they still aren't open though. Because look, there's the meter. It's running.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What the hell's going on?
It's 3-phase.
But it's not active. You go to the website, it's not active. If you look at the lights at nighttime, the light should be. I thought this was a full-blown V4 charger, though.
No, because the V4 has a different cabinet right there, and you'd have 8 per cabinet. And this one probably has multiple cabinets, whereas the V4 would only need one cabinet to host this whole site. So you got.
Oh, you mean the power control cabinets?
Yeah. So the actual superchargers, because these are these dispensers are V4 dispensers, but that supercharger is a V3 supercharger. So we call it a V3 Plus because it's a V4
Plus, yeah. Okay.
on a V3.
Right. Yeah. We got the hardware, we just don't have the software.
Well, they'll need to
Either
change
or,
that. They'll
whatever.
need to change that brain out, but it's ready to go for that. So, and then this e-bike is what you rented?
No, those are all. Oh, I mentioned this a couple of weeks ago.
Mhm.
They are all over Toledo, and then they bleed into. So what it is you download the app, and I did that, and it'll connect to your Apple Pay or your credit, debit card, whatever.
Mhm.
But so it's got the little QR code on the bike, and you hit it, and you get to rent it, and it's like 48 cents a minute.
Wow.
So it's not inexpensive.
Mhm.
But when you're at the local park or wherever, and you want to get from, because the bathrooms are real far away in a lot of the parks I go to.
Mhm.
And that seems to be very popular. They're over here at the boat launch or they're over there at the bathroom.
Yeah.
But they're all over Toledo. And I just thought I'd throw that in there since we all know I'm looking at
An e-bike. Yeah.
what's the best EV bike for my life situation.
Yeah.
And these are what inspired me because everybody's driving them every place.
Mm-hmm. So Robert was telling me about one vendor in his area that it's a very questionable plan for how you pay for this thing. In that when your meter runs out, they turn it off, even if you're riding it somewhere. And so somebody went flying over the handlebars.
Yep, I'll never forget that.
What?
Right. It's like here it would like maybe stop, the motor would stop and you'd stuck pedaling the thing, and then when you put it down, it'll lock. But Robert saw this guy fly over the front end because his money ran out. Like, I don't know if they would ever get that approved here.
I know, right?
I'm gonna guess that these little scooters, these aren't e-bikes, these are scooters.
Yeah.
And a few of them have seats. They're mostly scooters.
Mhm.
And they move at a pretty good clip, but I'm willing to bet that if you know, you got $4 on your card and you rented it, and when the $4 is gone, the ride's going to stop. Now, does it come to a controlled stop, or in Robert's case, it sounds more like a really abrupt stop?
Like, we're done. Brakes on.
It was like 30. It was like 25 to 30 feet through the air.
Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would expect they to just cut the motor. All right, no more motor from us. Please,
Right.
please park it. Of course, that's not necessarily much better because now somebody might leave it in a crosswalk or something. But you know, at least you didn't throw the customer. I'd like to know if anybody else has a similar scheme, or if they all just do what we expect and just become less useful, or if they do the more permissive thing and like say you've got a car with a smart key and you have the smart key and then you drive off and it no longer has a smart key. Most of them now will warn you, hey, the key is not detected anymore, in case you left the key near the car but not
Right.
near the car.
Right, because if I'm not mistaken, I remember my last loaner I had, I want to say it was a 3.
Mhm.
No, it was a Y. And my car was repaired, whatever. I was missing a message. They was, telling me my car was ready, et cetera, et cetera. But long story short, they messed around and deactivated it before I told my service advisor at the time. I told I was going to come by at a certain time, whatever. But apparently somebody else must have went in there and did something. They disabled the key because they use, because out here they give us just they just do it with your phone now. You don't even really get no key now. But anyway, they was able to disable. But it told matter of fact, I got the error message while I was driving. It didn't completely go dead on me, which is good.
Right. Yeah.
But but I had to make a stop somewhere. But if I could just sit in the car, I would have been all right. But I had to get out the car, even though I left the door open and all that. Soon I got out that seat, that occupancy seat, that sensors know I was out that seat. They had to remotely do it back over for me.
Oh, you had to get roadside turned on for you?
No. My service advisor reactivated my key. They reactivated my key.
Going all the way. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. But it gave me that error. What I'm saying though, they gave me that error message.
This is your last trip?
Yeah. Once the prize, that's it. You ain't gonna be able to start it back up. So
yeah. So it started back with like the Prius era. They're like a key not found in a vehicle. The reason they did that is say the key battery died, and they didn't want to just turn the car off like you're at a stop sign or something. So it would just keep going until the end of the trip, and then the minute you put it in park, wouldn't move anymore. And then Tesla does similarly, even with the phone key. Well, all right. So that was this one. Let's go on over to let's rag on Honda for a bit. I still got to write that letter to Toyota-san when I get some free time. Say what you will about Musk, but Tesla has changed the way that millions of people buy cars and, by extension, car insurance. And now Honda is taking a page from Tesla's successful playbook, launching its own in-house insurance business. Enter Honda Insurance Solutions. Okay, I was going to ask if they were just relabeling something, but it sounds like they bought their own, or built their own, rather, I should say. Maybe they bought it, but looks like it's theirs. Honda Insurance Solutions is being launched. It's a fully licensed insurance agency, there's a difference. Serving the insurance needs of Acura and Honda customers, but it's not stopping at competitive pricing and coverage options for Honda cars and motorcycles. Yeah, don't forget they make motorcycles. And still lawnmowers, even though they're electric now. When they pulled out of the lawnmowers, I didn't think they were going to do electric the way they phrased it. So I was surprised to see that kept up. Honda Insurance Solutions promises to go several steps beyond Tesla's offering with coverage for trailers, RVs, homes, and even pets. See, that's smart. If you're going to get into insurance, be an insurance company. Or if you're just a car insurance company for the manufacturer, do better. It's been, 2 years since they last expanded the Tesla insurance? He says, hey! And nice parking on both sides. Yes. And I guess the O was about the dropping the guy off the front of the bike. Get off my bike! Okay, let's see here. Honda Insurance offers customers access to coverage through a brand they know and trust. Yeah, I mean that was the whole point of Honda, that you have grown to trust them over the years. Peter Vukovic, president of American Honda Insurance Solutions. So that means they have insurance elsewhere, to name it that, right? And senior vice president of American Honda Finance Corporation. So that's their bank. When you get a loan and it's not through a local bank, it'll be through American Honda Finance. And if you lease it, it'll usually be through them too. Insurance is a key touch point on the vehicle ownership journey, and we aim to deliver a superior experience tailored to the unique needs of our customers, promoting a safer driving and increased peace of mind on the road. So the next question with that is, what is their angle? Is it like the Tesla system, or is it just regular insurance? I'm hoping it's kind of just regular at this point. The launch of the new insurance is just part of Honda's broader digital vehicle sales platform strategy. Yeah, because if you have a loan or a lease on a car and you don't have insurance, your car is not leaving the lot. It's going to stay there at the dealer until you give them what they want. In fact, it'll only stay at the dealership for so long as well, because the dealership doesn't want to insure your car. And if something happens to the car at the dealer, they want to know that they're going to get their money back on the loan. So that's not a very large window. I had somebody keep their car with me for a week until they got their insurance cleaned up. Something happened to it. It's important to note some of the key differences. There we go. That was the question of Honda's offering and Tesla's. Honda isn't offering discounts. Oh, that's unfortunate. They're not bundling insurance premiums into the vehicle financing. Okay, it's probably for the better. Hey, you're 3 days late on your payments. You don't have insurance. You crashed. Whoops. They're not bundling insurance in the dealerships checkout and F&I offices. Not yet, anyway. Yeah, I was about to say that's a miss if they don't try and get the guy in the back room to get you to buy insurance from them. I'm not saying that it's going to be pleasant or that I agree with it, but as a business person, that's something they should consider. What Honda is doing right now is deepening relationships with their existing customers, and finding ways to make money on products it hasn't sold them. Whether that's the Harley part of the okay, so from what I understand is if you get the Tesla insurance on a non-Tesla, like your other vehicles, it can be pretty expensive. So if Honda does the right thing and it's just cheap for everything, they're going to win some customers with this. Of course, we'll have to wait and see how they pay out on crashes and everything else, and how their customer service is. But it sounds like they're in this to actually be an insurance company and not as a side gig.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that it's wrong that Tesla's doing it as a side gig, but they sure do seem unserious about their insurance company. For those that have it and the price is right, that's cool. But when I tried to get it, it was more expensive than what I got. So I was like,
yeah, I tried a couple of years. About a year.
It was more expensive for you too. Yeah. I mean, if you fit it, it sounds like a good deal. From what I understand, it's just as hard to get a hold of them as it is with the cars. So you better be willing to put in a ticket and wait. I mean, they aren't the worst. It's just if you want them now and you want to talk, it's probably not going to happen. But like I said, every human I've met at Tesla is doing the best with the system they're given, and most of them go above and beyond what they are given. They'll find a way to get you handled. And I love that about all the employees there. Except for those first couple people in roadside, they weren't trying, and their hands were tied. But those last two people in roadside, they went above and beyond as well. So. All right, so all right, Highlander, we're talking about Lion Electric. Ready?
You ready?
All right, let's see what they say. They're leaving Lion Electric school bus warranties voided. Oh, whoa. That's a step even beyond what I've been hearing from them. Warranties voided, leaving districts stuck. Nobody ever says this is business before doing something nice. It's True. Well, this is generally true. Because I've done some good stuff for some people that they didn't expect, and I didn't like them. I did it anyway, and oh, it's so nice. You can have to do this. I said, I know this is business, and but that's maybe it's just because I'm special. Recently reborn as the Lion Electric Company, so this is a whole different company they're claiming, keeping the streak alive by doing the unthinkable to cut costs. They're going to void the warranties on hundreds of electric school buses. I don't know that you can do that. I mean, because even if you go bankrupt, you're supposed to do the warranties or fob them off to somebody until the cash is gone. In a letter, like that's why Fisker is still doing their warranty work, right? So, in a letter issued to existing Lion Electric customers last week, Deloitte? Seriously? You guys have enough freaking money to do the right thing for these places. Deloitte. Large federal contractor, among other things. Financing. They're big. They got the money for this. And unless Lion is a customer of Deloitte right here, and not Deloitte bought them. If Deloitte bought them, this is some shiesty stuff. If they're just the company that's doing the reorg, I wouldn't pay for my customers' mistakes. But if Deloitte is the owner, that's effed up. Let's see. Announced that the warranties on all Lion vehicles purchased outside of the vehicle's company home province of Quebec are null and void. Oh, dang. And this part right here tells you that they just couldn't get out of that legally, because I bet you Quebec isn't playing around. Wouldn't let them out of the warranties. Leaving dozens of school districts in the lurch with stranded assets that won't get fixed and can't be sold to generate funds for replacements. Yeah, because if it stays a school bus, it needs to be safe. And so that means that the other place that would buy it isn't going to buy it. You're not going to be able to sell it to an after school or a church or anybody else.
Right.
Yeah, they're not safe. I mean, it might be safe now, but once it has any problem, which they're known to have, it's going to be down forever. We're working with alternate vendors at the expense of the school districts to help keep our electric buses functioning and on the road. At the expense of the school district, that's what the warranty was for. Help keep our electric buses functional and on the road. Our electric buses, you still retain ownership of like, hey, we did that. Do the right thing, explains Dr. Richard Deckman, superintendent of Herscher CUSD number 2 school district. Okay, no. So the doctor, he's talking about our buses, the buses that his school district rented. Okay, or not rented, but purchased. Of the CUSD number 2 district in Herscher, Illinois. Currently, 6 of our 25 Lion electric buses need some type of repair. I don't envy that responsibility there. The Student Transportation News reports that Lion buses represent fully half of Herscher's overall fleet of 50 buses. Ooh, ouch. And the district received nearly $10 million for the purchase of 25 buses and the related charging stations from various state and utility incentive programs. And these buses aren't cheap. They go for about, one quote from me was about $2 million for a new one.
How much?
$2 million, just the bus.
Wow.
Yeah. The regular gas buses don't cost that much. You're looking at anywhere from $200,000 to $400,000, depending on options. So it's a lot.
$2 million just for one?
For one bus, without the charger, without delivery, without any of the stuff that you'd actually want to put it in your fleet.
Ow.
No warranty. Yeah. And I can say that because they're out of business, so screw them. I don't care about your confidentiality if you're going to screw with these companies. Herscher's not the only district having problems with these Lion buses. All 4 Lion buses that we own are currently parked and not being used, says Colleen Souza, interim transportation director of Winthrop Public Schools. She told Clean Trucking. 2 of them are in need of repairs, which would cost us money, which we're not willing to invest in because the buses do not run for more than a month before needing more repairs. Can't blame me there. I had a Lincoln when I was a kid. My grandpa gave me, and every time I filled it full of gas, it would break down. So I stopped filling it full of gas and went everywhere with a half tank. Just saying. More of the same in Maine, where Yarmouth School District bought 2 Lion electric buses in 2023, with the state covering the costs, according to Superintendent Andrew Doloff. The buses almost never worked. We've had some sporadic service over the past 2 years, but as soon as the technician leaves, the buses produce error codes again, explained Doloff. And then the technician quits or is released, and we have to wait months for the next response. So this is similar to the Fisker that Rich owns, where the Toyota dealership he bought it from, they were getting it fixed, and in the middle of the fix, the technician got a call, said, "Go home, drop everything, and go home." And so then Toyota was holding on to this trade-in that didn't work, and so they sold it to Rich for $10,000 because they wanted to get rid of it, even though they bought it for much more. Wow.
That is all.
Drop your tools and go home. What? Screw the customer. You're going home now. This happened with some of the Redbox people. They were loading up the DVDs and Blu-rays in the machines, and they got a text, "Go home, close up and go home." And they never got their last paychecks, so some of them sold the DVDs. And because of the way they went bankrupt, some of the businesses just gave away the machines. So if you can haul that 2-ton machine out of my office, you can have it. Mm-hmm.
Redbox was good at this time, though.
They were, yeah.
Man, I used to love that.
Mm-hmm. Lion's new owners are seemingly uninterested in their customers' plight, which might be easily dismissed if those new owners, Group Mach, weren't also the owners of the old Lion Electric. I'd get it if it was somebody else, but it's the same company. Wow. And
like a boomerang.
right. But also, if this is the way you treat the last customers and you're the same ownership, it doesn't build confidence in your new customers or to want to do business with you. That's right, kids. Quebec-based real estate company Group Mach, which stepped in to save Lion Electric earlier this summer, along with Ontario-based Marilla and Lino Saputo Foundation, bought $90 million of equity in Lion Electric back in 2023. And while the Mach people may not have been the ones who ultimately made the call about voiding the warranties, that decision was made by Deloitte bankruptcy team. Okay, so Deloitte is just administering this. And that's pretty crappy. It's ultimately Group Mach who have to date not announce plans to honor those warranties either. Top comment by MB, liked by 5 people. Student Transportation News Network reports that Lion buses represent fully half of the fleet. Yeah, why are you quoting? Nearly $10 seems generous. Okay, I'll give him that one. I think he got the typo. It's a banana, Michael. What could it cost? $10. Rest in peace. Okay, what you got on that one, highlighter, before I move on to the next thing? Because that's frustrating. Alan, are you talking on mute?
I was gonna say, if he's saying something, can't hear you.
All right. Well, while we wait for Highlander to find his mute button, let's breeze through these comments. Great catch. This is what endgame capitalism looks like in North America. Of course, we don't have your freedom over here in the EU. At least we have legal protection on warranties. We used to. Typos can happen, and this is a funny one, at least for me. Lion would be best suited to know what's wrong with the buses. Yeah, that's the other part. Is they don't even know what's wrong with the buses. I'm surprised they aren't building a revenue stream by offering service to fix problems, than selling service contracts once they understand the repair costs. Customers might be offended, but they are in need of a reliable repair service. They're avoiding the warranties because a lot of the repairs will be free under those warranties. Yep. That's the whole point of the warranty. Perhaps there might be a person skilled in this field that could be hired for such repairs, like an electrician or a plumber. Could this not be a business opportunity? If you're not already trained as a Lion technician, it's a very diminishing field because the school districts are going to get rid of these things as fast as they can. They're not making more. And it sounds like the people who are trained as technicians don't even know what's wrong with them because, well, if the guy can leave and then all of a sudden throwing new codes, that doesn't seem very good. Also, breaking news, we just broke 100 degrees. We are in the triple digits here. So I see how it can hit the heat index of 116. It got so hot yesterday that my Falcon door has had the repair so that it doesn't get confused by heat on the door, thinking that somebody's next to the car. Still got confused and thought somebody was next to the door. And it would pop the door a little bit, and then I'd do the hold feature to hold it down so it would just open anyway. It wouldn't even do that. So I did the hold thing, let it get the door all askew. I had to pull the door up to get my baby out. And then on the way back, the sun had moved. So it opened normally and closed normally. That's hot. That's really hot. It happens for the older X's only to the dark colored ones. You've got the black like mine, the obsidian black metallic like mine, the free black, the blue, the red, and if you had one of the grays that was available while it was still not the right part, that could happen as well to the grays. It didn't usually happen to the silver or the white.
Is this I'm trying to unwind blank here. Is the handle? Is it because of the handle or no?
Oh no, there's no handles on the X. The Falcon doors have the sensors for the front door and the rear door,
right.
And they see through the metal. But when the dark colored metal gets really hot, it changes shape, and it's enough that the sensor can't see through it correctly, and it thinks there's something next to the car.
Wow.
But this time it was so hot that even the new sensor, because the new sensor is more resistant to heat, but it was so hot the new sensor also thought there was something right next to the car, and so it refused to open the door. So I had to lift it up like as if the trunk were not working correctly. But when I did the how to get out of your Tesla on fire edition, because that lady was lying that she couldn't get out of the car, I made a series of videos about how to get out of your Tesla, and I threw my shoulder out for 3, 4, 6 months, pushing the Falcon door from the inside. But the problem was I didn't use two hands correctly. I had the camera in one hand, and it was all askew, and that threw my shoulder out for like 6 months. So I was very careful to grab the bottom, both edges of the door and pull gently and firmly, so I could get my baby without having to go to the other side and reach across and pull her out, because she was asleep in the infant seat. So that would have been tough over the other baby seat.
Wow.
Yeah. So for refresh on that, if you have a Model X, you pop the speaker grill, and there is a silver tab, well, silver pull. The tab could be any color. Mine's black. In front of the speaker, behind the speaker, next to the speaker, you pull that, and that unlatches the single latch at the bottom of the door. And then if you're inside, you push. If you're outside, you pull, and then that is your safety release. On the new Model 3s and all the Model Ys, there is a little pocket. So you open up and pull the cord that's in there. On the Model S, underneath the rear seat, just feel on the carpet on the vertical portion, off the bottom of the carpet, feel along there. There'll be a little pocket. There's a pull tab in there. You pull it, and then you can push the doors out. On the old Model 3s, climb over the front seats. It's your only option. Climb over the front seats. The pull tab is still there. You have to drill into the bottom of the door pocket ahead of time. Put a clip on it so you can reach it, and then cover it back up. So yeah, on the old Model 3, it's just climb over the seat. The new Model 3 is just like the Model Y. On the front seats, I don't know how it works on the Cybertruck. Maybe you know, Marcus. To open
I'm sorry. Say it again.
the Cybertruck rear doors in a power out situation.
Well, I went blank there. It's kind of like what you were just saying on the Y. They
Okay,
did.
so
They tried to
the
put
door,
on the new
yeah.
one.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And then on the front doors for everything, on the old S and X, where you've got the handle that pulls in, just pull it hard, pull it all the way, and then that will release the latch and you can push the doors. On everything else, pull the emergency, the one that beeps at you when you push it, pull that out, and then push the front doors out. If you truly have no power when you do that, like not at all, you might have to push harder than normal, but kind of be gentle at the beginning if you don't want to shatter your window or scratch your trim, because with no power, there's nothing to make the window drop underneath the trim, and they do interfere. And then, yeah, so all the front doors are easy to get out, but the rear doors are all different. And if it's not an early Model 3, it's just a pain. And if it is an early Model 3, it's impossible.
Well, there's some people making these videos.
Yeah.
My Tesla died and I can't get out to break the window.
Yeah, break your window. If it's that bad, you can buy a new window.
But nah, they don't know about the emergency, you know, the little thing, 2 fingers and just pull it up.
Yeah, that one still makes me mad though. That policeman let that man burn to death. There was an old man in a Model S. It was on fire. The Model S stopped in a bed of boulders and rocks and pebbles. And the cop's like, I didn't have my glass break tool and the handles weren't out. It's like, dude, the car is in a field of rocks. Pick one up and smash the window. Let old man die. And that was part of what made me make those videos. I was so mad.
Yeah. What's the deal? I haven't seen it yet. I'm hearing somebody about the Cybertruck situation. Are you aware of that one recently?
Which one?
Someone died in the Cyber because it burnt or something.
A couple of them, about 2, 3 of them. But the one was some kids that were in a town where the speed limit was 30 miles an hour because some 30 years earlier somebody had a high-speed crash and died. So these kids had a Cybertruck and they were doing like 90 in the town and hit a wall. And it went ablaze. And they must have had substances or been just kid brain, and they didn't think to get out, and they burned to a crisp. And so they tried to blame it on the Cybertruck, but the town had a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit for a reason. If you're doing 90 and then crash into a solid wall, the wall's not going anywhere.
That's right.
Yeah.
A wall, trees, poles, they're not going to go nowhere usually.
Yeah, Lee, I made a video on how to see which ones you have and to get out of them. I haven't updated it for the Cybertruck. I need to do that. And then Brian from I1 Tesla, he shows you how to actually make the modification on the Model 3s that don't have the escape in the rear. And if you ever have anybody back there at any regular level, that's fine. If you almost ever had anybody back there and something happens, just let them know to climb over the front seats. It's not hard. You take a flap, the plastic flap that's there, and then you just drill a hole, and you take like a coat hanger and you pull the thing up and you put the release on it, and then you cover it back up with the flap. Or you tell them to climb over the seats. Okay, what's next in this list here? Yeah, so Highlander got booted from the room. Is that what happened? Okay. I guess when he comes back, he'll deal with it. Let's move Robert up to moderator, in case anybody else comes in while I'm not looking at the screen. And let's move on to the next story. Is it going? Okay, this is slow. Chinese real-world self-driving test: 36 cars, 216 crashes with Tesla on top. So again, Tesla China is not FSD or even FSD supervised. It's something else. Chinese media. So I bet you these people are going to have to say sorry to Elon coming up based on past experience. They closed down a real highway for a multi-day test of 36 different cars and driver assist systems in complicated, dangerous real-world driving situations, and most came up severely lacking, though Tesla escaped the tests relatively unscathed, which is interesting because it's not claiming to be self-driving at all. Over the years, we've seen our fair share of crash tests, often conducted in labs to detect the severity of a crash and the probability of injury to occupants. These tests focus on how well a car's physical crash structures protect occupants, and occasionally there are other road users in the event of a crash. Excuse me. Let's see. Reposted the stream. Thank you. Appreciate it. There are real-world tests with the famous moose test. Oh, the moose test is fun. I like that one. Driver has to do rapid direction change to avoid intruding an object in the road, testing vehicle dynamics and whether the car is able to handle quick changes in road direction at high speed without pulling over. I remember one vehicle, I watched the moose test and the car flipped. Like he slowed down and everything, and it's like you just could not, it flipped. And another one, he was going at what would be considered a normal speed, and it tipped up on like 2 wheels. More recently, crash tests have started to incorporate automatic emergency braking, and you've heard of the ADAS systems before. Levels. Even if you haven't driven in one, you're probably skeptical by now. You've seen all Tesla Robotaxi fail videos and heard about autopilot deaths, including wrongly credited to autopilot despite just being pedal confusion. Okay, I'm glad that was more balanced than the last one we read about them. We've also seen the Wile E. Coyote video where American YouTuber Mark Rober tested the vision-only approach versus LiDAR concept, the latter of which most professionals agree is a more robust solution. However, we saw that the hardware for Model Y did not have the same problem as Rober's hardware 3 Model 3. And Cybertruck also didn't fall for it. So, but the math is there and the equipment is there that a hardware 3 system should not fall for that because they don't just use the visible spectrum. Or it is visible to the camera, but they don't just use the human visible spectrum. I'm not watching that. Give us the summary. 92-minute. I'm definitely not watching that. 92-minute video available only in Chinese language with English subtitles. And 36 crash tests on cars available in China through 6 different situations to see how the ADAS perform. It's a great video. That's the merits watch, even though the language barrier. Okay, I mean, I'll watch it. I'm not watching it here right now on screen. Spoiler: things did not go all that well for most of the cars tested. The 6 tests went as followed, and most included other active vehicles nearby to increase complexity and realism. A situation where you are following a lead vehicle, and the lead vehicle suddenly darts out of the lane into another lane, revealing a stopped car in front of you with traffic on your left, restricting your ability to swerve and merge. Ooh. My car is sensitive to this because that's where most of the Tesla autopilot crashes have occurred in the past. Is car in front's gone. Why are they gone? Oh crap! I need to stop now. Temporary construction zone in your lane was short lead up requiring a merge. I think Tesla should do well on those 2 tests. Construction zone forcing a merge, but a stationary truck parked on the shoulder, partially intruding into the active lane at night. Again, as long as you're not approaching too fast, it should handle that. Stationary car with the lights off, parked across 2 lanes, simulating a recently crashed vehicle at night. That is much harder, and mine has done the right thing in this case, but it's also not reactive in this case before. Both are not fun. A vehicle joining the highway from an on-ramp, aggressively merging across lanes into the left lane in front of you with no ability to avoid to the left due to guardrails, similar to the last one. A board running across the highway. Boost test in China. Okay, I'll watch some of that. Ooh, wow, that doesn't look good. They demolished that test car, didn't they?
They did.
If the ADAS is supposed to be better and faster than humans, it should be able to handle these challenges, right? It is, after all, how many people use these systems and how automakers market them, which is currently subject to legal action in California. Yes, it is. The Xiaomi S6.
Sorry I missed the conversation, guys, but I'm outside. My phone overheated and it locked everything up.
Oh, that's what happened. Okay. We were asking you about, to tell us what you knew about Lion. beyond what we saw in the
Which part?
Lion school buses.
Oh yeah, whatever happened with that situation?
So Deloitte bankruptcy is working them through this, and the people who owned it last are the people who bought it, and they are not honoring the warranties, and they still have all their usual breakdown issues.
Smells like a Fisker situation to me.
Worse, because at least Fisker is still honoring some of their warranties. This not very well. Oh, wow, that Mercedes got messed up. Look, the sensor came out. The Honda looks like the same thing happened. This Volkswagen, the tow eye is out for some reason. Oh, you know what it is? They must have crashed, like literally had an impact. All right, I will definitely watch this. Oh, hey, look, a Model X. The Model X ran over that road situation. Is it a? Yeah. Well, you can get a Plaid with hardware 3. So I don't know if that's hardware 3 or hardware 4. Because I had a Plaid with hardware 3.
Yeah. Mine's hardware 3 too.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'll watch this. Definitely watch this. Oof! Look at this mess. How do you hit the fake car so hard that you have real crash? You have real crash damage.
Yeah.
The whole point of the fake car is that it doesn't destroy your car. You just lose points. Wow. All right. I'll watch this. I don't know if I'll watch all 90 minutes of it, but I'll watch a good couple minutes of this. Here, let me put a link in the chat. There. Here. Yeah, that's what I want. I don't want to text anybody with it. I want to share it to the clipboard. Come on now.
Hey, let me ask you something right quick, Casey. While you doing that right quick, I just sprayed a little Lysol in here, and then when I did it, my Dyson fired up. Do it sound? Do you hear a lot of wind noise on your side?
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit, yeah.
Not bad. Hey, Timothy, good to see you. Hello. And so here's the link to the video with the Chinese 90-minute test. It went everywhere but Facebook and LinkedIn, which is fine. What I don't like is when LinkedIn and Facebook.
Can you put that?
Huh?
Sorry to interrupt, but could you put that link in the purple pill?
Yeah, let me put it there too.
That'd be awesome.
I think it only puts it to the pink pill when I do it this way. So let me go back and fix that for you.
Pink pill. You don't have to get gender specific, brother.
Well, I mean, I do have
any pill.
I do have a pink pill.
We're literally right here on the water, and everybody's in a party mood.
Yeah. So the video stream on X, the restream is the pink one, and I'm clicking. There you go. X/G custom. There we go. We're spinning, and we're spinning. There we go. It's loading. There we go. Paste. Post. All right, there you go. It's in there. Highlighter. Close that. And then let's take a look at Lucid. Just stomping people. The Lucid Gravity just smoked Corvette 06 to 150. Gravity minivan. They call it a minivan. It's an SUV crossover thingy, but yes, it's a minivan. Same way that my Model X is a minivan, but it also isn't. But you know, the Gravity fits it better because it doesn't have that stupid sloping rear roof crossover thing as bad as the rest of them do. Lucid's SUV is impressive inside and out. And no faster. It's also faster than most sports cars. Grand Touring trim has up to 845 horsepower, good for 0 to 60 sprint in just 3.4 seconds. So no, it's not fast. My Model X is faster than that. I thought they had one that was faster than that still. Oh, here we go. 1070 horsepower. That's faster than higher than the Plaid, I should say, at 1020. They keep going between minivan and SUV right here in the article. On the test track, the Lucid's minivan covered the quarter mile in just 10.6 seconds, beating a Corvette Z06 to 150 by nearly 3 seconds. Not bad. According to Car and Driver, the Gravity didn't just impress the quarter mile, it was a beast in every acceleration metric. It 30 miles per hour in 1.4 seconds and 70 miles an hour in 3.7 seconds. Top 100 miles per hour in 5.9 seconds. Yeah, I think this will be faster than mine, because mine is slower than the Plaid. Testing director who took the Gravity for spin said the electric SUV got, I guess, a sort of a second wave of thrust around 60 miles per hour. That's probably where the gear ratio makes more sense on the other motors. Excuse me. With a quarter mile range of just a run of just 10.6 seconds, Gravity is the fastest SUV they've ever tested, beating out the Rivian Trimotor Max with 11.1 seconds, BMW iX M60 11.5 seconds, and the Mercedes AMG EQE 53 SUV. How was the Plaid not even on that list? Oh well. Although Rivian's 850 horsepower R1S Trimotor beat the Gravity to 60 miles per hour, it is lighter. The Lucid SUV sprinted ahead in the quarter mile, traveling nearly 20 miles per hour faster. SUV? Huh? The Gravity is a minivan. Well, they used both throughout the article, so you clearly weren't paying attention, even if you skimmed it. SUV, minivan, SUV, minivan, SUV, minivan. So, you can't say they didn't say that. The tipping point for the EVs is coming soon. Once the true battery breakthrough occurs, you don't need 500-mile range. It's nice, but you don't need it. Once the true and affordable 500-mile range battery comes to market, it's game over for the fossil fuel vehicles. You don't need 500 miles every day. I wonder if everybody gets them on that. And then they got the drag race. Oh, shoot. I closed that other tab. I don't want to close it. I'll look at it later. And maybe come back. All right, it's 100 in here. What's the temperature in this room? Because it's getting sweaty. I made sure not to open the blinds because I knew it was going to be bad. 93% battery. I think I should still be able to get the temperature even with the water sensors being offline. Oh, the HDD is the printer. The printer is at 2560 empty. Here we go, server room. Not doing anything. The regular printer has ink in it. MacBook, Moto's iPad. 89.1 degrees in here right now. Oh, that explains it. Pushing 90 with the studio lights. It's still fully 10 degrees under the outside temperature and 30 degrees or 10 degrees underneath the feels like temperature. And what was called the 1,000 horsepower mom missile drag race. Oh, so I don't see an X in this at all. And the X is a 1,000 horsepower mom missile at 1020 horsepower. You done effed up, Aaron. This starts at 94. That's not bad. The low trim one, the non 1,000 horsepower, is 79,990. This was forced to reimburse full self-driving. Oh yeah, that was the small claims court case. All right, come over here. Go to the next tab, please. instead. According to EIA, solar outproduced wind for the first time ever in May. Again, we're going to point out that solar is solid state. There's generally no moving parts. Some properties are small enough that if you want to get the output you want, that you'll need to put in trackers, either 1-axis or 2-axis trackers. The 1-axis will just follow the sun through an arc in the sky as it goes over them. The 2-axis trackers will follow the sun on a path throughout the day. And the cheapest is if you can put them on roofs in a field and just leave them be. But that's going to be depending on how much you need to produce. So if you have a limited amount of property and you must get XYZ, you're going to have to put them on trackers. Or if the property is just really expensive and you want to get a little extra out of it, same thing. You can get 25% boosts in some cases, depending on the layout, by putting them on trackers. So if that 25% is less than the cost of trackers, no brainer. So let's see. So through May 31st of 25, 33.3% year-over-year increase. Nice. Excuse me. Here we go. For the first time ever, the mix of utility scale and small scale solar produced more electricity than wind. Solar produced 38,965 gigawatt hours, and wind did 36,907 gigawatt hours. Like I said, expect these to fluctuate a little bit through the end of the quarter, and then probably sit still for the next 4 years flat, unless the rest of the economy goes in enough of a flux that people say, hey, I don't care what the guy's politics are, I'm going to do the right thing for my pocketbook and put in the free energy collectors, not generators, collectors, the free energy collectors out in the field so that my company doesn't have to worry about paying for energy. Wind is also on the rise in 25, yeah. All renewables produced almost 30% in May, not bad. I think in this case, though, you might still see the utilities keep it up because it's a golden goose. You go out to it every day and you collect the egg. What's not to like? I mean, you got to clean it sometimes. Great. Solar farms continue to be more and more, bring more and more to the grid. Moreover, utility scale solar, thermal, and photovoltaic expanded by 39.8%, while that from small scale systems rose by 10.7% during the first 5 months of 25 compared to the same period in 2024. I think that might have been people reacting to everything ending in December. So it's going to be a mad dash for everything ending in September. Industrial solar plus storage is the best approach, yes. Lowest cost now and bringing in more megawatts online quicker than anything else. Be happy for electric, be happy, coal for electric will be dead in USA by 2030. Despite the guy who thinks clean coal. It's non-existent, don't exist. USA by 2030, and natural gas will be methane. Will be reserved for some peak demand events. Probably not even that. Otherwise, methane will be sold overseas to help balance our trade. We're not Norway. I noticed the full one LNG tanker leaving from Cove Point, Maryland for 2 consecutive days. Nice. There we go. That's what we want to see, right?
That's an interesting point, Casey, because I'm sitting here literally at the mouth of the bay where Lake Erie goes downriver. So any river traffic we get to see.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen an LNG tanker But I know we have LNG fuel spots, especially on the east side of Toledo.
Yeah. So they pipe it all in?
Oh, that's what. Oh, shit. My bad. Yep. Yeah. No, that's the Great Lakes. Yep. I'll be quiet. They pipe it in.
But to export, you probably want to see it go down the river, though, right? So.
One would hope. Boy,
Yeah.
that girl is pretty. Sorry.
Distractions about. Hyundai launches a new EV grant program offering up to $5,000 in savings. So that'd be cool while there's still the tax credit qualifying. You can get extra $5,000. But if they keep this up after the tax credit's gone, then that'll help keep their sales up to the tune of $2,000 difference. The latest car maker offering significant discounts on EVs in the UK. Oh, that won't help at all there. It won't help us at all being over there, I should say. Hyundai Electric Grant Program offers £3,750 or $5,000 off popular EVs, including the Inster EV, Ioniq 5, and the new Ioniq 9. And it's not just the UK. Hyundai is launching deals in nearly every market. Oh, so they're coming here. Maybe. Starting today, July 25th, 2 days ago, Hyundai electric vehicles in the UK are eligible for the program. Hyundai's EV grant offers buyers £3,750 off of the 2025 Inster, the brand new entry-level electric SUV. This cute little thing here. The Ioniq 5 up to £1,500, and on the Kona and Ioniq 9 as well. Not bad. Get you a Honda EV if you're interested and it suits your needs. Until August 31st, buyers can score an extra £500 off the Inster and the Kona. So they're entry-level models. Not a bad deal. They're also offering 24-hour test drives. Not bad. That's the way to do it right there. Get some butts and seats before making a purchase. The Korean automaker follows other brands, including MG and Leap Motor, to offer discounts ahead of the UK's new EV grant program. Oh, wait. So we're getting rid of ours? You guys are adding one? That's a first. Ever since Brexit, you guys have been kind of doing the same weirdness that we do. Except for this. Okay, so next we've got, according to new registration data from JATO, Hyundai was the 10th best-selling EV brand in Europe for the first half of 2025. Okay. Following the launch of an aggressive sales promotion, I'm going to turn this light off. I'm sorry. Okay. Get on your Hyundai. Turn off that light too. As soon as I find it. There it is. Bye-bye. Okay. Hopefully you can still see me. Okay. So all we had left was Inside EVs to see if they post on the good server this time. And they did. So let's go over here, see if anything catches our eye to discuss. You gotta push it again. There we go. I gotta push it again. I got a parking ticket for using a charging station in an electric car. All right, Kevin, let's see what the heck happened to you. Mustang Mach-E, here's what happens when it hits 250,000 miles. Hopefully nothing. Tesla's cheaper EV coming soon. Here's what we know. EVs help air quality, not just in the obvious way. Okay. What's the deal? Las Vegas-based Uber driver buys 6 Teslas. Then he tells his passengers the real reason why. All right. Gravity smokes Porsche and Lamborghini. Yep, we saw that. Rivian R1T quad motor. One big takeaway from off-roading. Tesla diner disaster. I visited the Tesla diner and it was a bit of a disaster. I'm guessing he arrived during a crush and It just wasn't built to handle the crush, right? Woman says she's tired of EVs marketed to men, so she shares 5 reasons girlies will love the Hummer EV. Rated a 14 out of 10 on the TJ Maxx bag scale.
What?
Well, I mean, EVs used to be marketed exclusively for women, so we've come
Right.
But yes, it shouldn't be a gendered thing. It's a car. Here's why the car is good for you. Tesla's more affordable Model Y. May it be under wraps. Car dealer says don't buy the 26 Model S. Then he says it's not just the money. You can get that in the 25.
Hold on, say it again. He said
Car dealer says don't buy the 26 Model S. Then he says it's not just the money. You can get that in the 25. There are slight differences in the 26 over the 25 in that you get the front camera, you get the styling tweaks.
right.
That's all, right?
Hold on. 20, yeah, and the yeah.
On the X, it's very similar. You get the front bumper camera, you get the styling tweaks. It's an inch longer and somehow has more room than 1 inch on the inside. So that means they rejiggered the inside just a little bit. So again, not much. So if the savings is worth it, then yeah, you can get the 25. But to say don't get it at all because I've got 25 right here seems that somebody missed some of the context of the conversation.
That's more more of a choice, for some people, Some people always,
Some people don't buy it new. And that's nothing wrong with that.
Amber lighting, the amber deal in the inside, which you get somebody to do that, but
Exactly. The drivers think that they have sports cars. Sorry, Tesla drivers think they have sports cars. Tesla driver brake checks a Kia Soul and gets a taste of his own medicine. Don't brake check people. Especially people that don't necessarily have the insurance to rebuy your car. Especially because, you could hurt somebody really badly.
Yeah.
It's not worth prison. It's not worth murder. File bankruptcy. A man tries to trade in Hummer EV when the dealer discovers that he still owes $170,000.
Man, he just made one payment.
Right? It hasn't been that price in a long time. I don't blame him for saying that, but that's irresponsible to say that. Also, how did you get there?
I'm over here scratching my head on that one. Like,
they haven't been that price in a long time.
Is that fees and so on? I don't know. No.
Yeah. -3 stars. Woman orders Uber and a Tesla picks her up. She can't believe what the owner told her to do while in the car. This sounds like each of these 3 sound like their TikTok reporter. Doesn't mean I'm not going to look at them, but that sounds like that's what we're looking at here. Volkswagen is pouring millions more into solid-state battery development. Hey, Volkswagen, Toyota's been doing this for 30 years and hasn't gotten anywhere, so I don't know if that's the best move for your money when you're hurting in EVs and have to get Rivian to bail you out. Just saying. Hands-free driving is now the most in-demand car feature. Is it? Is it though? I mean, it's really nice. But is it? Tesla Full Self-Driving tackles the world's trickiest roundabout. Is it the one in France? The magic roundabout itself is made of 5 smaller roundabouts. It's a tricky situation for anyone to navigate. Okay, I gotta see this. I'm sure it'll do fine, but I gotta see it. Electric dirt bike, 2
Magic
fly roads.
roundabout in the UK.
Oh, you got the magic roundabout's in the UK. Okay, so that I've still got to see it. What's the one?
There's a point where I can actually go at one stage. You can actually go the wrong way around it.
Oh,
so that makes it really scary.
Yes. And then how's that compared to the one in France? The one around the L'Arc de Triomphe.
Oh, that's a picnic.
It's a picnic.
Yeah, easy, no problem.
If you can handle this, that's no problem. And they are right side drivers over there in France, right?
Yeah, the same as America. Yeah, but it's basically you just driving around the Arc to Triumph. They make it sound worse than it really is. But
With magic
the
is
other one
hard.
in the UK, there's 8 roundabouts in one,
Oh, good
and
gracious.
one of them you could actually turn the wrong way and go the wrong way at one point. So there's that's really throw you because you wouldn't even know. Then hang on, he's coming the wrong way at me. Oh no!
Ah! Wow. Audi admits it needs to get back on track now. Okay, yeah. That's why you got Rivian in your corner. Because Audi being part of Vaj, the Volkswagen Auto Group, you benefit from that. Audi A6 e-tron finally takes its fight to Tesla, and we've been hearing that for now 18 years now, so not listen to that. I drove the Neo Firefly in China. I walked away mad. He walked away mad that we don't have it here, if I recall correctly. Okay, yeah, that's enough. Let's look at these, and then I will turn off my screens and pour ice water on myself.
I just posted my picture.
You did?
Yeah, it's one of the boats about to launch.
Oh, okay, cool. I'll.
That's what we do. We sit here and we watch them come and go and come and go. It's a public boat launch. We get everybody.
There you go.
And then when you could tell, like with they get 50 feet close to the boat launch here, trying to back in, and then we all get off our old people's benches and walk over and tell them things like tie a rope to that boat before you disconnect it from your vehicle, please.
Right. Okay, so I just from what I see so far, scrolling on this picture, I would take this to court immediately. So title is I got a parking ticket for using a charging station in an electric car. Subhead, I'm not sure if the parking authorities thought all that hard about how EV fits their rules. What? You got a ticket for vehicle backed into a pull-in only space. It's freaking dumb.
Wow.
It's a charging space. You get the charger lined up with the cord. Frou-frou. I used to care so much about the rules of parking, especially when it came to electric vehicles. Of course, the icing, the active gas-powered icing, gas car in your spot. Problem is, good luck getting anyone to care. In my old Mitsubishi i-MiEV, I depended on public 2 chargers, but got blocked all the time by gas cars. And my city's parking enforcement never did anything about it, so I gave up. But then I got nailed with a parking ticket for using a public charging station, but apparently parking the wrong way, which appears to be the only way this particular car can park.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. It's so hot, baby doesn't have a shirt on. She brought me ice cream.
Hey, do that say what that said again?
The city of Ferndale versus Kevin Williams.
Say it one more time.
Ferndale.
Like California.
I was gonna say, is that Ferndale, California?
They got to be just bored and just.
Mm-hmm.
How is she gonna?
It won't happen here in Toledo, and we got plenty of electric chargers. They won't.
I remember when someone was fined for leaving the car and leaving the area.
Yeah.
So going out of the supermarket, they were
that one was fun.
charging and they were there and left it for like 3 hours.
Yeah.
Because it says on the big banner, it doesn't matter if you charge it or not. If you left it there for more than 3 hours, you're going to get £1,000 fine.
Yeah, it was 1 hour or shopping. So if you were shopping and they didn't see you leave, you were fine. But if it was, like you said, longer than the time, 1 hour is the minimum, right, or maximum or something.
Yeah.
And then 3 hours he did, so he got the full fat, and he was mad, but he broke all the rules. The sign was very clear.
Yeah.
But
I'm with that now. Yeah, I can understand.
You can't leave the supermarket car park. You have to go into the store. If you just go in there and then leave and park and walk off and leave it there charging, you'll still get the fine because you've left the property.
Yeah, because it's for their customers. That's what they want. That's a fair.
And
rule.
that's the biggest problem we have. I mentioned before that the downtown Toledo Public Library, the main branch, in the underground parking, they have 4 electric level 2 chargers.
Mm-hmm.
And there's consistently one. You know what? He's going to work. He comes in, he plugs it in. As soon as they open, 9 o'clock, it's there.
Mm-hmm.
I followed him in one morning. He plugs it in, and he comes back between 5 and 5:30, 5 days a week, and never on Saturdays. He's walking within 2 blocks to work, but that's just unfair to everybody else because sometimes there's people waiting
Mhm.
Exactly.
down there since there's only 4 of them.
Exactly.
And the other people have also paid for the parking, and he hasn't paid.
Yep.
So that's doubly as well. So there's no parking ticket on his car, so he hasn't paid for the parking either.
Yep. So I've explained here at Inside EVs, I may be based in Columbus, Ohio. Hey, he's right around by you. But I pick up media tester cars for review in Detroit. So Ferndale, Michigan, or Ferndale, Ohio, not California? Or was he out West Coast this time? But sometimes I need a break from Ohio, so I'll drive to get them. It kills 3 birds with 1 stone, since it's a 3-hour drive plus roughly, yeah, definitely not the California one, a 3-hour drive from Ohio. It's roughly 200 drive that can include a range test, 10 to 80% DC fast charge, also making a fleet company's life a little easier since they won't have to send the driver down for basically half a workday. Everybody wins, including you, the reader. Plus, I like going to Detroit to see friends or go thrifting just so I have just to have lunch. Okay. On this particular late March afternoon, I drove to Ferndale, a suburb just outside of Detroit, and I headed to a parking lot I know near a sadly now closed coffee shop with a public 9.6 kilowatt level 2 charger. And this BMW i4
Yeah,
tester.
there's no. Woodward goes through Ferndale, and Woodward's a huge metro street, and their parking's non-existent.
Yeah.
Ferndale's one of them uppity, up-and-coming type little cottage communities right on the border of Detroit.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, they're full of nonsense.
It looks like it. The i4 would have been topped off 100%, perfect for the pseudo range test I've been performing all the way home. I parked in these spaces. These parking spaces are also pull forward only, no backing in is allowed. I presented a dilemma, however, because the i4's charging port is in the rear of the car, so I backed in. I figured that most local parking enforcement wouldn't be dumb enough to ticket a car that's using the surface. After all, I've done this before. A Kia EV9 also parks charging in the back about 4 months ago, and a Fiat 500e even before that. 500e, you probably just pull it forward longer, and as long as you don't strip up the front bumper on the parking stop.
Right.
I think it's so short. And nothing ever happened. And I paid for the space. I'm not parking illegally. I see nothing wrong with that. Oh, you know what? I wonder if they see BMW, California plates, and does it say manufacturer on it? No, it says DMVCA. So I can see somebody getting like a little class warrior situation, but that's still not your place as parking enforcement. And the EV charging should overrule the nose-in only bullcrap. Well, I was wrong. The i4 was ticketed for reversing into a pull-only space. Also, the i4 M50 magically turned into a BMW 1M. I don't know how they missed the open charge port door and plug protruding from the rear of the car. Parking and ports. I don't know who on Ferndale City Council made these pseudo-entrapment EV chargers, because it's not clear if the charging cable is long enough to reach the rear of every car in the pull-in situation. After all, charging ports are all over the place, and Teslas, which are still most EVs in America, only have had their ports in the rear. Pull-in parking is stupid, and unless they're angled also, which is even more stupid than pull-in, unless it's combined with the angle parking, then that should not be a thing. That's my stance.
I may be wrong, but like I said, I just can't see them making them that cable extra long to go to the back, because I think they can get all cluttered and
Yeah, people run them over. Yeah, they're not. It costs extra too. Hey, baby.
yeah.
Mommy, what?
Mommy got somebody might go.
Oh, you got a baby coming for me?
A baby. A baby. A baby.
Oh, what's on your face, baby? I got what you need. Hello. You can say hi. Yeah, look, Marcus is here.
Hey, Cutie. See, they growing, man.
Yeah, she look at the milk. You want milk? Yeah. Here you go.
Hey, Casey, before you get off and everything, I sent you some on the messenger. I think I did it direct.
Okay.
If you can, you can show that they don't have any music on there. That was just trying to show people that smoke ain't no joke out here, man. I had this big thing, and I'm just trying to represent well that showing that EVs can hang with the best of the best. Ice cars.
I'll pull that up after we get done talking about his ticket here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So agree that pull in parking is stupid. Not that if you pull in, that's fine on you, but forcing it is stupid. And angle parking sucks. And that's the only time I can see that it makes any sense to force a pull in if your lot is too small to handle people correcting a angle parking, or if everybody in your town is a bad driver and you want them to pull in to your angles.
I don't understand what's the big issue about that though. Like I'm trying to.
Somebody's got their hair in a twist. Is all that ever makes any sense with that. Sometimes they could argue safety, but no, because it's safer if you're nose out because you can see what's happening before you pull into it.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Most of the incidents happen in reverse. So pull in is just dangerous. In addition to being stupid.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Unless you're pulling in so that you can drive out, but that's rare. And then
right.
Yeah. And in fact, they wouldn't even have to say that. It would just be the way. It's like, oh, I'm going to drive out of here. I'm going to pull in to drive out.
Correct.
But this was meant. What this meant is that I'm not the only victim. Either PlugSense has a comment from Model 3 owner who also got the back-end ticket for charging their car. And the Model 3 is very clearly an electric car, and it can't charge in the front. Yeah, I would definitely take that crap to court, and I would encourage the Model 3 owner to do the same. Because if they have to pay enough court fees, in addition to giving up their luscious traffic tickets, they'll fix that crap because they'll get eaten alive in court costs. And exactly. the taxpayers will hate that, and they'll make them fix it. So
exactly,
sue their asses. Pardon my French.
Hey. Sometimes it just say it like it is, because that is crazy.
They want to get greedy and be butts. Turn around and be.
You're gonna be wasting your time too.
All day, haven't they?
Say that again, Roger?
They make that 400 quota a day, and they ticketed that guy when he was still in his black Tesla. He was sitting in there, and he got out and he ticketed him.
Yeah.
While he was charging, he was sitting there. He was actually in the car.
Ooh, yeah. Like when they try to tow you when you're in your car, like, hey. Of course, if you're in it and paying attention, you can just drive away, and that makes them feel really funny. Because then they got to chase you. Nothing they can do about that. The Model 3, the world's second best-selling EV ever. That's right. Maybe because it's these Detroit urban area planners only consider mostly front port EVs of GM and Ford. No. GM does half and half. They've got front ports and back ports. Ford only does front ports, but that's neither here nor there. So yeah, they suck even by Detroit standards because you got local homegrown cars that fail this test. They're being jerks. That's what that is.
Yeah.
I was incensed, but then I'll admit the part of this story is on me. I should have appealed the ticket. Yeah, you should have. You should still not just appeal it. You should sue them. But I forgot about it. The i4 became a Nissan Ariya. And the Ariya turned into a Hyundai Santa Fe hybrid, and eventually landed up in China twice. First, you can still sue them for it, even though you're late. But then the ticket worked its way through the city of Ferndale and got past the BMW North America. Oh, ouch. BMW's like, can you pay this ticket, please? which technically owns this car, and then back to me. And yes, if you test cars for a living like we do, you're still on the hook for tickets and criminal infractions. And I had passed the time period in which I could appeal to. It's not too late to sue them. Now I may have a you must pay summons from the city of Ferndale. Give me 14 days to do before I do so, or I face a number of civil infractions, including a potential warrant for my arrest. Oh, don't let it get that far.
Right. Exactly.
All this for packing into a parking space I paid for to use a free level 2 charger. I was mad all over again, but figured I'd make things right and call the city's courthouse to figure out why this happened. And if there's anything I could do, you can sue them. I'm telling you to do it. Find a pro bono lawyer who has their name to prove, and then call the news, or have them call the news, and everybody will be happy. This is a win-win situation out of a lemons from lemonade or something to that effect. Can you fight City Hall? Yes, you can. It's not fun. The conversation started nicely. They asked me for the reference number and looked up the ticket. I tried to explain, hey, I backed in to use the charger. Car's driving BMW i4 has a charge port in the rear. I don't think that's fair. I got a ticket for backing in when I need to use the equipment. Well, you backed in, didn't you? Oh, dumbass. Oh, pardon my French. Goodness gracious. Replied the person on the other end of the line at the Ferndale courthouse. Yes, but you can't use the charger without. But you backed in, right? Oh, that would just get my petty level up to 1,000%. Because no, that's illogical. Sensing this wouldn't go anywhere, I could feel myself getting more irritated. Yes, absolutely. I'm getting irritated for you, buddy. I changed my approach. Don't push my plate off the table, child. She's grabbing the plate. It's going to hurt you, and you're going to cry. It's not going to be pretty. Instead, I asked if I could appeal the ticket. At first, they said yes, but I had to come into court. When I told them I don't live in town, they said, oh, well, it's on Zoom. Okay, great. Oh, wow. I had the joy of looking forward to spending part of my day fighting a traffic ticket via online conferencing software. What a time to be alive. Yes, because now you don't have to make a 200-mile drive. I'm sure a parking ticket is worth the magistrate's time. It's not, but that's how it works. The Zoom court date was most moot entirely as the narrow 10-day window for disputing the charge had passed. The clerk on the other end said, oh, well, can't you just have your job pay for it? Oh, excuse me? Is your money to spend, huh? Oh, my petty level's at 2,000% now, and that's not even my ticket. You can't just have your job paid for it. The audacity. Did you hear this crap? Who does she think she is? Editor's note, no, I can't. The editor said, oh, I'm a ticket. Because that's not KW right there, that's PG. So the editor said no. He jumped in on the story and he's like, no, you can't. So the editor's mad for him too now. Sure, the ticket's only $78. No, it's not only $78. It's $78 of usury that he was not having to pay. Should not be on the hook for it. I'm going to move this since it seems you can't keep your hand up. Yeah, I said I'll move that. Help somebody not get themselves in trouble. Yeah, you. Oh, did you just roll your eyes at me? She rolled her eyes at me. Eat that blanket. What? More milk? She rolled her eyes the other way. I didn't know you could do that. Ultimately, it's just the principle of the thing. Yes, absolutely. Before that, and I'll readily admit that I've done something I shouldn't have done about right away. Yeah, definitely. Potentially tried to appeal in court. You can still see that. Ultimately, it's just the principle of the thing. These laws and rules were made either in the ignorance of electric vehicles or in spite of them. Why install chargers to penalize? Find you a lawyer who needs to make their name. Call the news company. Fix this crap. Charging cables aren't compatible with every model without odd parking jobs.
That is correct.
Tesla's a private company that's opening up. We've always done things this way, charging network to lots of other cars, city government, and urban government planners to serve everyone. Well, they're not serving everyone if they're doing this tomfoolery. You weren't even drinking it. You weren't drinking. Here it is. Here. Just not playing with it, so I put it down. Is every Rearport EV going to walk away with a ticket if they try to use Ferndale's EV chargers? How's that for? and they're free too. So that's a public resource there. Not like it's a hey, you paid for it. Why didn't you? Whatever, right? This doesn't even begin to touch on the terrifying social or civil implications that could come with a bad parking job to charge the car. An arrest warrant? Really? Absolutely. Are you talking to the bottle? I mean, are you chewing on it? You're doing everything to keep it out of your mouth. So I'm gonna put it down. Why can't I put it down? You don't even want it in your mouth. You want to hold it? Here, you hold it. She's like, fine, I will. She just barely learned how to hold it up, so I don't know if she can get it to her mouth around. That's what I thought. Here you go. Hold it like this. Not me. You hold it like this. She put my hand on it. You're spitting it all out. You don't need it.
Casey's got the babies to deal with, and I got a hot phone that it won't respond because it keeps overheating. I'm surprised it hasn't shut off yet.
Yeah. Are you sleepy? I can rock you. Let's rock. Rock you. Nothing even begin to touch on the terrifying civil situations. Yes. So to me, incidents like this are why some EV skeptics and EV owners get fed up with EVs. It's hard enough to imagine finding a working, high-quality charger with all these strange caveats that must be frustrating and discouraging. Some would even insist intentionally so. Yeah, I would say it might be intentional. You're in Detroit. They have, as you mentioned, some GM vehicles that have the same problem. Unless maybe the Ford Foundation put the charger in, and they did it on purpose, perhaps.
You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me.
I reached out to the city of Ferndale for a comment on its rules. Someone from Park Ferndale did reach out, and after a short email and go around, I was able to get the ticket dismissed. Okay, cool. So I don't think you can sue them anymore after that because there's nothing to sue over. Next person this happens to, like the Model 3 owner, find you a lawyer who needs to make their name, call the news, call Kevin so he can get the EV news going on it, and I mean, we're already known as a litigious society, but if they give you reason, you got reason. Shoot. It's not like, I walked in and they looked at me funny at the cash register because he was sneezing and I felt offended. I'm suing. That's right. Different. That's nuisance. This is being discriminated against. Especially since nose-in parking is stupid and there's no reason for it. It's not like Detroit is an area where you guys have front plates up there, right? So it's not even like we needed to be able to see the plates to make sure you're not in a store.
No. Oh, no. We don't have front plates.
You don't have front plates.
No,
okay.
no.
So that's probably their excuse.
No, Ohio did, and when we'd go from Michigan to Ohio, they'd write us tickets because we didn't have front plates.
Huh.
No, that went up to very high in the court system to get rid of that.
Okay.
Now Ohio doesn't have front plates either.
Okay, so that might be their excuse.
But your point's still valid.
Yeah.
Something's we've got several once we established the Ferndale's back in my home ground in Detroit, Metro Detroit.
Yeah,
we've got several derogatory nicknames for Ferndale.
I believe it.
The greatest one I can even say is we'll call it Fishy Ferndale. But there's a whole lot of derogatory. I told you it's one of these wannabe. It used to be working blue collar that trying to turn trendy and upper preppy type.
Yeah, but like if you want to be preppy, you got to make it easy to be there because preppy people don't want to be bothered with paperwork all the time. Let's see. They've explained the new policy. Have a new policy to first write a warning to the driver who back in before going straight to ticketing. However, the representative did say that the provisions prohibiting backing in parking spaces are applicable to all of our off-street parking lots and facilities in Ferndale, not just the EV charge. That's even worse. You can't back in anywhere in town. I think that this legal fight that I'm prompting is going to come to a head sooner because you can't tell people they can't charge their EV anywhere in town. That is unconstitutional. I mean, because what if you own property and that's where you live and where you park, and you don't feel like
Correct.
using
Correct.
they're in for a world of hurt. And just because they're, and the only reason they say no backing in because they don't have front plates is because they're freaking lazy. Oh, our automated plate readers can't do this, and Officer Tubbs can't get out of his car and go look at it. Nothing against fat people, nothing against police.
That makes sense now. Yeah, that's stupid.
And I will say, you can't see when somebody does the smash and grab on you, but that's a good reason to keep the front plates. Or I don't like front plates either. So really what you need to do is do the California approach. And if you don't want to wear the front plate, let them get a sticker that's got the reflective 3M pattern and stick the sticker on the front, and then everybody's happy. And then you don't need no back in, none of that crap.
I got a feeling this is on a personal level.
It's
Nothing
gotta
to
be.
do with plates, nothing to do with anything.
A
I think
BMW
somebody-
parked in, and maybe they even saw him get out of the car if they were that kind of person. I agree.
That is true.
Because he doesn't look like the majority of the population there. I'm just saying. I'm not saying it should be that way, but there are enough people out there like that still to this day, and they love power.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. So it seems that the EV drivers might be out of luck in the future. Let them try. I'll make a stink. And I'll even pay it to get it out of the way, and then continue to pursue it. Petty level 4,000 now. It's over 9,000. I reached out for comment as a reporter. What happens to normal folks who don't have that luxury? I'd say if you're driving in Ferndale, watch out. You may find yourself at the end of a nasty ticket and a series of phone calls to get it removed, if that. For now, I hope other cities and urban planners take note on this experience and change their ways. Mm-hmm. Also, we better hope that wireless EV charging either comes with a dual wireless emitter, or they can standardize on where they're going to put that daggum pickup, because these sorts of municipalities aren't going anywhere anytime soon unless it makes its way to the Supreme Court, and they say that's stupid. Fix it. And they have their ways of not letting it get there, including Supreme Court not picking it up. Waymo's robotaxis racked up $65,000 in fines in just San Francisco. All right, Google, Alphabet, pay your tickets.
Yep.
BYD's Porsche fighting a luxury SUV parallel parks itself by sliding. This scares me because tires are expensive. BYD will cover the repair bill if its self-parking car dings another vehicle. Okay, good. But not just the repair bill, any other fees that arise from it, from somebody suing me or other damages.
What do you think about that?
I think that's the right thing to do, but I also think it shouldn't crash while it's parking. Maybe you should get a level 2 extension cord and write that into your story. Yeah, but then that would definitely be an advertorial story. But it might be worth it for him personally. And maybe the city should put one of them on each charger if they really want to see your license plate and not get officer out of his car. The people who write the laws are perfectly capable of amending them as exceptions to their exceptions arise. Stupid enforcement doesn't help society, but people lose interest in doing the right thing, in quotes. Yeah, absolutely. So Peter is with me, but not urging the suing. But he's like, this is no reason for this to exist. Jason LaFrance. Well, either picture shows it, or it would have been easily possible to drive in rather than back in and charge the car. Are you sure? Because you don't want to put too much strain on the charge port or the handle. Good lesson for all, but the error was completely up to the driver. Suck it up. How them boots taste? Just because it's the law doesn't mean it's right. You don't need to follow all authority.
That's true.
The author is just an entitled crybaby. No, the ticketer is just an entitled crybaby. The jackboot. The charger cords are very long and can easily reach the back of the vehicle. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Have you done it? What EV do you drive? Proof was wrong. The picture doesn't say everything. I got 2 such tickets in Austin for a Model 3 parked the wrong way. Oh, Austin of all places? They're lousy.
I was just seeing that, but I just when they say park the wrong, I don't know. There got to be some more to that because
Parked the wrong way sounds like nose in, reverse in. Let's see if we can narrow this place down so that you can raise a stink at them. But don't get yourself a ticket because it's not worth it here. Let's see. The worst part about the city about it is the city installed the charging stations. I filed an appeal and lost. Okay. I know you've got pro bono lawyers in Texas. I could have appealed that ruling, but I didn't have the time or patience to deal with the utterly frustrating and founding bureaucracy unreal. Don't let them win. It's probably too late now, but don't let them win.
I have to know the story behind that. I'm gonna look into that.
Yeah, former law enforcement officer, and I quit after a year of watching this kind of dictator-worthy stupidity. No engineering graduates in our department except me, and all the fine arts graduates in a highly technical field. Yeah, but you see, that's why you end up with so many bad cops. If all the good cops quit. Just saying. Marcus and I have a friend in law enforcement, and it's every day that he fights the good fight, because if he doesn't, nobody else will.
Yeah.
Maybe not nobody else, but there's not enough of them.
That's correct.
Correct title might be something like "Man Breaks the Rules and Gets Stick." Enjoy that leather, man. Enjoy that boot leather. Why is it that you didn't uncoil the large cord that's looped around the station and pull like you're supposed to? You're not that special. Please stop perpetuating the dense stereotype of BMW owners and have a clue with your money. Okay, so you clearly didn't read if you think that's his BMW and money. So much. All right, so let's see. If they're talking about this, that's not the parking spot. And I'm not seeing any hint that this can actually reach the rear of the car. I mean, I can see it reaching the rear door, but the rear door is not where the charge port is. If you pull in too far, you're now going to get in trouble for knocking over their charging station, right? And again, that doesn't say that this is the spot. Let's see. This is the spot. I don't see a large loop of cable on this one. I see a little bit of slack. I don't see enough slack in the picture to reach the rear of the car.
That's what I'm saying. So, like, how is that going? That don't make sense. Like,
That's another picture of the car. I was hoping it was another picture of the lot so we could see that he couldn't reach. All right. Next time you're in the area, Highlander, we gotta settle this. Need a picture of that lot. Where did my highlights go?
Picture which?
The Ferndale near Coffee Center charging center.
Yeah, next time I go up to Detroit to visit family and friends, I'm definitely going to visit that area.
Yeah.
But there's a reason why I don't like to go over there.
That crap.
I mean, yeah.
Most commercial insurance companies will serving utility companies will have tens of thousands of service tickets and repair vehicles on the road. Require the fleet drivers to always back into park. Oh, that's true. That's true. And why do they require you to back in? As I said at the top of this crap, it's safer to back in to parking spaces. As a former telco employee, one element of the required company drivers was to back into parking spaces. And industry statistics tell the tale. It's safer. See, I don't like stupid laws. Why should someone have to supply additional equipment to use something that's been set up by the city itself? They created the situation and make it impossible to meet. Agreed, Mr. Act 98002. Or drive a Nissan Leaf like I do. He can't test a Nissan Leaf every week. Joe, David Zimmerman. It'd make a really boring news publication, would it not? Is this a valid ticket? The car is described wrong? Oh, you have a point there. They wrote a ticket for something that doesn't exist. I wrote a ticket. I got a ticket. License plate had a typo. I didn't have to pay it. Follow the rules. How can you use a charger that is not long enough to reach the charging post on his vehicle. City is stupid
Right.
and it's to reverse the law for whatever reason. Yep. And then this bootlicker says the cord is no less than 22 feet long. It's more than enough to follow the rules. There's no evidence in the photo that the cord is 22 feet long, unless they all have the same cord. But again, we don't see the charger in the picture either. So if you're assuming from the picture at the top, you really like that boot leather. The author broke possibly and clearly posted notified rule in this whole situation and used the reporter card to get it dismissed and still cries victim and writes an article. It's a free charger. Follow the rules or use charge elsewhere. Why are these people? I think that's why we have such a divide politically in this country. These people are all about follow the rules for somebody else, even if the rules are freaking stupid and impossible.
Yeah,
Like this guy, a large cord that's not actually pictured as a large cord. For whatever it's worth, I looked up the site on PlugShare and somebody posted a photo of the charging pedestal with a super long cable that ought to easily reach any part of the car. I don't believe you. Now, to be fair, the caption says the photo was taken in 2019, so it may have been a different at the time. Yeah, these places do change out their charge stations. The public ones get abused. At the time of the incident, and this article is based on, maybe something happened to the original cable that was replaced by an incorrect shorter one. And again, cars are longer than you expect. Like even like something like the Bug, which you would think is a short car, or the Fiat 500e, which is a short car, is longer than you would expect. Like, I've tried to nose my cars into my home charger, and they don't reach.
All right.
I've got ample cord. They come up feet short. I'm required to park first and move forward and in the field. Company policy terminology. So he's talking about, wherever you leave the parking space, you're going to drive out of the parking space. It's safer. So basically back in. Yeah, absolutely. And the reason they do this is so you're not running things over. People can see you. They see the lights come on. You look around. You see it. And it is harder when somebody parks one of them hunk and chunk SUVs right next to you.
Right.
Nose in.
Right.
But it's still easier than if you're both in one of those things and you're both parked reverse in, because you still can't see, and now you can't like crane your head and just inch
Right.
forward. So anything in or around Detroit needs to funnel money into city coffers every chance. That's probably the truth of the matter. Detroit isn't in the place for any vehicles to sit and rot is a theme. Now GM is downsizing their offices. Why manufacturers stay in that town is beyond me. So many better choices with better quality of life available to retain great employees. This is the other thing right here. The cities complain about shrinking and rusting and blah, 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 blah. And then they do everything they can to drive out the citizens and drive out the businesses. They need to make things easier and make it appealing. Like, if there's no place to eat, people are going to leave. If there's no place to work, people aren't going to come there.
All right.
Every time you turn around, you're getting ticketed to death. People are definitely not going to even visit. So now you don't have tourists, you don't have residents, and you don't have businesses. Why did our town fall apart? This is a particular example of an egregious case of lack of coordination on the part of the city. Yeah, they could have done. It's going to suck for the snowplow. Put them at the end of the spaces, like those Tesla nose-in spaces that I hate so much because they're so tight. Put it at the end. Then it can reach the front of the car and the back of the car. Well, only on the driver's side. There's no winning in this. There's no winning in this because there's no standardized charge port location. But if you did put it on the driver's side, you would catch more of the cars. If you put it on the driver's side rear of the parking spot, then the Kias, the GMs with the rear charge port, the Teslas, the Fords with the front charge port, they could all do it. The only ones you couldn't catch would be what Rivian was trying to do. Put him on the front passenger side of the car. They couldn't reach Jack. But then that would be on RJ for his street side parking garbage that he thankfully relented on. But if you put it on the driver's side rear spot of the parking spot, you would catch a lot more of the cars that are actually out in the world. And that would mootify all of this. And then you could give the ticket and be like, well, We didn't put you in a case of entrapment. We just put you in a case of this is stupid. And then if it was a corporate vehicle, as they were all saying, if it was a corporate vehicle and you're a telco or cable company or plumber or whatever, then you already have parking insurance, just as he said. So I would not be incensed about that. I would still be upset and miffed that they're guaranteeing nose in for laziness. But yeah. All right, let's see what else he had to say, because he had some good points right there, right up front. Quite some time. For example, if somebody decides to unplug me without my knowledge or permission, I am suddenly violating the EV charging only rule. Yes, absolutely. And I am at risk of being ticketed or towed. Good point. The good thing is on Tesla and Rivian and Corvette, if somebody unplugged you like that, you could just show that it wasn't you that unplugged it with your sentry mode, gear guard, whatever Corvette knows their thing. Everybody else, you might be screwed, unless you have a dash cam. It doesn't fix the tow, but it does fix the extra charges that come about. As someone who drives an older EV that doesn't lock the plug to the charging port, that's me too if it's the J1772, it's literally impossible for me to public level 2 charge anywhere without taking this risk. Right. Another example that comes up occasionally is when across the street from the place I really want to spend time, the level 2 charge available that I like to use, but it's inside of the parking lot with a customer only parking. Yeah. But that's on the place that you really want to go, not installing chargers, and the place you aren't interested in having chargers and not charging and making it available to non-customers, because that is a revenue opportunity. Hey, if you're not our customer, you got to pay. If you are a customer, charging is free. Robert gave us the example of the guy at the grocery store. Tesco put that in at expense to themselves to entice you to shop with them. If you want to go to the Opera House, give Tesco some money. Hopefully not £1,000. Like maybe they can put a credit card swiper so you can just pay. But that they choose not to do that. Maybe their parking lot's not big enough to have extra cars just sitting around. Just saying, parking lots are expensive if you're not a big box store. I mean, they still are there, but you can't spare any if it's a smaller parking lot. I probably didn't take the chance, but it begs the question: what is the point of having such a charger in the first place, as the level 2 charger can't be used for more than a few minutes at a time due to parking policies effectively useless? It's front only because there's less chance of hitting the EV charger. No. Bad. It's front only so that they don't have to get out of the car to check your license plate in a rear plate only jurisdiction. Am I logged in? I might want to reply to this. I'm not logging in.
Lucky she wasn't here yesterday.
What?
Young lady in the little skidoo in the black.
The problem is you're
They're
dealing
getting
with
up
a
tickets for
long...
Oh, yeah. Two of the park police cars. All day long.
Low-hanging fruit. People are trained to do root tasks, not to think. This is true. Must be a Michigan thing.
Non-negotiable requirement. These are international waters.
Please note that in addition to a timely appeal, it would have made sense to pull in to see if it would reach.
They didn't give everybody.
He did make it seem that he didn't try it.
They gave courtesy warning cards,
but
which is sick.
I'm gonna mute you, Highlander.
All day long. They gave out a lot.
All right, there we go. Yeah, he did make it seem that he didn't try, but that's not necessarily a given that he didn't try. It's still 100 degrees. The sun's trying to set. Oh, my battery's full. Let me switch over to battery. I didn't even notice it filling up over there. They're just trucking away, holding its time at 90. Now watch me forget to uncheck it and then drain it before it's recharged.
You said your AC went out?
No, the battery, the house battery was full, and I forgot to switch it over.
Gotcha.
This room burns a little bit of power, so it can keep it in check. And I had lost track that the sun came out hard. Where's the mouse? There it is. Share this tab instead. Oh no, did I close the ones I needed to keep? And on top of that, not only did I close the ones I needed to keep, I also needed to share your video. Let me open these back up. Excuse me.
And there's no music, so you can play your volume.
All right. Okay. Didn't need to save the Hyundai. I wanted to save the videos. Oh, I see what happened. The ones I wanted to save are at the bottom. We went to the top because Inside EVs gave me the bad server. We're good. We're good. Okay, so come back here. Share this tab instead. Copy Marcus's link. I don't want to copy the whole message. I'm going to copy the link. Paste. And then go to the end of the line. Scroll, scroll, scroll. You copied the whole message. You wouldn't just copy the URL. And then shift home, backspace, enter. And there we go. This is the one with the minivan people. All that extra noise.
What's that?
So without all that extra noise, you just walked away.
Oh yeah, that's all he's doing, man. But he fast though, but
Yeah, not fast enough.
only way he was gonna race me best 2 out of 3. After the second one, he said, "Nah, ain't no need to do the third."
Oh wow, he gave up. Does he keep it up, or are you just kind of leaving it right in front of him?
No, after I go back and look at my 360, I was actually getting up out of there on him. After looking at the 360 footage. But he
subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell.
He was so adamant that we run because that was an 1/8 mile track, but next time we're gonna run again is a 1/4 mile. So he feel that he got a better chance at the 1/4 mile.
He does.
Little did he know my car gets faster. So he actually
Right.
it gets faster than that 1/4 mile. So I just be quiet. So you know, he got the money with so. But that was a big money race there. So, but only way he was gonna do it, which I thought was pretty cool. He wanted to do the best 2 out of 3, which I thought that was kind of cool. Like me, I said I can hot lap, can you? So he had to cool down though. So I was like, Smoke was ready to go back in the lane again, you know, back in the staging lane.
That's another thing to point out right there is that you got the resetability. He doesn't. I mean,
see, that's the thing I'm trying to point out to so many people, man. Like these EVs, like I'm doing it, you know, with the racing. Though, like I can do this and come around and get, still, do it again.
Right.
Turn right back around and hot lap, basically.
Yeah. That's a little bit of a difference from when we looked at when the first Model S did the Pikes Peak. They had to pre-ice it, and now you don't have to ice it when you're done. You don't have to pre-ice it.
Correct.
Yeah. And then the gas car still needs to go down, get repairs. So it's not like the gas car can go for another run of Pikes Peak either.
That too, right? Or things constantly breaking. That's my whole thing with racing. Because anybody that's in racing like that with a car like that, knowing things can break just like that. Things do break, or you have to change out to so many runs, etc. But with the with the EV, I'm just showing them, man. We don't. I don't have to worry with all that, but I still do a number, basically hang with the best of the best. And he got a lot of money in that car, a lot of mods in there, honestly. I got the full video be out by today. I'll be finished editing it today. And I have it all I can walk around in his car and everything, some of the stuff he had done, and it's a lot of money in there, his car as well. But it was cool though. It was friendly race though, respect. We both were, respectful and just had fun. We just doing what we love. But
yeah.
I can't be honest. Like I said, man, a lot of people don't race him. Some people, like one guy, like he said, no, I don't want no part of that car. So, yeah. Like I said, I got this thing. I made non-believers believers, baby. EV.
That's
EV
right.
is the way to go.
So check out Marcus's channel this afternoon. Check that out. A study shows the EVs are cleaner than combustion cars, but not in the way you'd expect. So, EVs can cut your brake wear emissions by up to 83% thanks to regenerative braking and one-pedal driving. So I got into an argument with somebody on MSN the other day because they saw some study that said that the EVs use more brakes and blah 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 blah. I said, yeah, if you are panic stopping everywhere you go, and you've got one of the few EVs that's heavier than the gas counterpart, yeah, you will make more brake dust because it's heavier than the gas counterpart. But that is not how it works, even for the heavy one, as long as you're not panic stopping everywhere because of regen.
That is correct.
Even if it's a hybrid with the mild battery, it's still using a significant amount of regen over the friction brakes. But the battery's only so big on a small hybrid, so you can't avoid all friction braking on them. Brake dust is high in copper, and it's apparently even more harmful than diesel soot. Go figure. The brake pads in EVs last a lot longer, up to 100,000 miles in real-world taxi use. As low as 100,000 miles in real-world taxi use, you should say. Because not just personal cars have gotten over 150, 200,000 miles in the original pads and rotors. So have taxis. Lack of tailpipe emissions is the main way EVs are seen as better for air quality, but also you've got brake dust. They have exactly the same friction braking system as gas cars, but they don't use as much. Sure, if a one-way dog sprints across the street and you have to quickly save its life, you'll apply the brakes. Yep, panic stops. But for the vast majority of driving scenarios, lifting off is enough. Yeah, so as long as you're not a crappy driver, the car being heavier means doesn't mean you're going to use more brakes.
Casey, my white Ghost, a 2013 P85 Plus. I actually have 191,000 miles on it as of today. Yeah. And those are still the original brakes on that car.
Yes. And that one doesn't have one driving. It's just regular regen.
Right.
Yeah.
So still got it. So
what about the tires, young man?
He's probably on his 8th set of tires for all I know.
What's that?
How many tires?
Oh, tire. Oh, yeah. No, I got a tire appointment in the morning, actually. So, but yeah. Well, on my YouTube, I made a video about that, and I said, this is. I'm gonna be honest. I said, I'm gonna be honest. This is the only thing I hate about EVs, etc. About the tire. But I broke it down though. Where tires versus not like. I'm gonna use for example of my last car, my last official besides my pickup truck, try to replace it with Cyber. But my last car was a Mercedes E30 E6 E-Wagon.
Yeah.
And oil changes and the maintenance, I only can put 93 in there, versus all that and stuff breaking or going wrong, etc. I'll take the tires anytime. It outweighs that anytime if you ask me, if you're gonna prepare. So I broke it down in one of my videos on there though.
Yeah, my tires go about 50K on a Tesla and 45 to 50 on the Volt. I put some miles on those Volts, tell you what. Before I move to this one I've got on the screen, I'm just checking out the comments on the brake dust story to see if it's still spinning, so I'm gonna come back to it then. So let's talk about this. Oh, wait, there it is. Actually, a study that shows the fine particulates in the car by the chargers. UCLA refuse to acknowledge the issues of these kinds of things are zealots and cult members. Oh, he's saying that the ozone or whatever from the chargers, that's dangerous to breathe in. The good news is it's over a small area, relatively easy to avoid. Scientists who measured the air quality believe that the chargers aren't making the pollution, but it's due to the cooling fans inside. Fast charger cabinets kicking up the traffic dust deposited by visiting EVs. Fixing it might just be a matter of making a few engineering tweaks to the power cabinets. And so that's actually something right there of the Tesla supercharger and similar style chargers, where they have the dispensers are remote from the charger. All the fans and stuff are not near the cars. So anything they're kicking up is in the grass and whatever's next to them, not from the road dust and stuff that the cars brought in. So that's a good point. Sold my first set of discs and pad on my Tesla Model X 100D from 2018 with 140,000 miles, says Gloskia Daylong. It's unmedicated propaganda, says Matt the Hicklist. Facts don't care about your feelings, says M4 Martin. Oh, okay. I'm going to come back to the story that you guys are on, and let's see why this guy bought 6 Teslas. He purchased 6 Teslas with full self-driving and plans on buying more. The curious passenger inquired the electric vehicle they're riding in. According to him, robotaxi capabilities rolled out outside of Austin. Yeah, but hopefully you got the one that counts for robotaxi, right? Because you got the wrong one, you could be sitting on lots of vehicles for a while. Once you pay cash for them, but then you still got the opportunity cost of where you could have invested that money. Riding in a Tesla Uber, 6th. Can generate passive income. I don't know how passive it is. I'm hoping that Tesla will be cleaning them up, and you just give them the car. Financing multiple Teslas. Hopefully they're making money for him now while he's spending money with the bank on them. Commenter sound off. Folks who replied to Rob's video expressed doubts that Tesla's robotaxi services in some areas. Good luck putting a car like that in San Bernardino, stating that he believes Tesla can get there. Another echoed the statement, saying that only in certain cities, and then liabilities are going to be crazy. I think Tesla should be eating the liabilities since they're the one running the service. Just like Uber. Once you start the trip, you're in a different class. And then when you actually pick up the passengers, you're in a different class. And then when you drop the passenger off, it's back to you. But I hope it's more protective of you than Uber is. Okay, so that's not that weird, but it's also a little bit early, you might say, unless the price is going to shoot up once this robotaxi opens up to everybody else. I visited the Tesla diner. It was a bit of a disaster. Newest phenomenon generated mixed opinions, so I investigated the real situation on the ground, and things got weird. So again, my theory before we read the skim of the article is that he arrived in the middle of the hustle and bustle, and it wasn't built for the kind of traffic that it's seeing right now. And then as it slows down, it'll make more sense. The Jetsons is on. Let's see. As a native Angelino, I've seen my city survive many crises. When the Dodgers won the World Series, we stood tall in the ashes in the wake of our celebration. I don't understand why you people destroy your cities when your team wins. Just saying.
I always thought that was weird, man.
We won, destroy everything. We lost, destroy
Which
everything.
city? Are we talking about Detroit in particular, or everybody in America?
Everybody in America, but this particular one is California. In San Diego, I believe he said. Angelino, Los Angeles, sorry. The latest fad befallen my beloved city, is a combination of futuristic diner and charging station called the Tesla Diner. Let's see. Site mode 1. Quickly conscripted for the task. No fear. Certainly not against progress. The diner becomes an option. I'm skimming it to see what his problem is. I'm not really caring about the rest of it. In reality, hyped up Cybertruck in 2019. Now maybe too packed to deliver on his promise. Okay, that was what I figured. He went when it was too busy. Reports of 11-hour long lines for mediocre food. Ooh, ouch. Is the food really mediocre, or is his taste too high? I mean, because you guys do have some options in that city there. Doesn't deter people from poking their head out and seeing what the hype is out. Arrived here 3 days after opening. It was still substantial. Okay. So maybe next month it'll be normal. 100 100 people long line. A dozen EVs, mostly Teslas, waited for one of 80 charging stalls. Suffice it to say, it was a total shit show. I didn't get a chance to try the food as it would have taken too long, and we have a trusted correspondent trying the food for a separate piece. Instead, my cameraman and I pivoted to conducting street interviews, which most folks denied. Denied the interview? Okay, yeah, denied the interview. A few butters, some explanation, and some time. We placed pieced sentiment behind the Tesla Diner together. To find out, you'll just have to watch our video above. Okay, is it embedded or is it? You can watch it on YouTube. It looks embedded. So I'll save this for later.
When you gonna try it out?
Me?
Yeah.
Before I drive to California. Not saying I won't do it because you see me drive all over. I'm in the mood for a drive to California right now. File bankruptcy. The man tries to trade in Hummer EV, and the dealer says he discovers he still has $170,000 owed. Traded in a brand new BMW X6 and a Silverado. Oof. I heard for you, buddy. He did 2 for 1 on top of the Hummer, and the Hummer then proceeded to drop in price, value. And so now he's got 3 cars in one to pay off on one that's depreciated in value. I can tell that just from the subhead and the title. Okay. Car dealer specifies in automotive financing shared how one Hummer EV owner found himself in a $90,000 hole. Yusuf Bernali, I ride with Yusuf, regularly posts videos on his phone conversations with customers he helps buy or sell vehicles. Furthermore, he offers consulting calls to assist buyers who have found themselves in bad car deals. He's updated his call with the Hummer owner on both Instagram and TikTok. I told you this was their TikTok arm of the reporting. To an extreme example of equity woes where the drivers find themselves if they don't budget their purchases appropriately. Sometimes it's not their fault. Cars can just drop like a rock. Ask any Tesla owner from late 2018. Right? The text overlay reads: customer trying to trade in his Hummer owes $170,000, pays $3,300 a month.
I just saw that. Oh,
hurts.
He might got a nasty interest rate or something.
Yes, I hope he's paid it over 2 payments a month, not one.
Oh yeah.
Damn, that hurts. That's a mortgage right there. Or in my case, that's 3 mortgages.
Man.
I got in before it got too bad. Oh, man. Hummer EV, financial pit of despair. Again, they don't cost that much anymore. So, dealer's video begins with him introducing himself to the Hummer owner. You're upside down big time, he tells the man. He coops back just a little bit, making light of the $100,000 he's found himself having to cover for the high-end performance electric truck. But Benali instantly asked the man what he'd like to do with the truck. Since the MMR vehicle sits between $78,000 and $79,000, and he owes 100. Whoa! I couldn't get the words out. He owes more than $100,000 more than the car is worth. Whew. I'd get in trouble if I had to sell this, if I had to be the salesman on this deal.
Yeah.
Not the initial salesman, because the price of the truck was higher then. But as the trade-in salesperson, I would get in trouble for my reactions. I would not be able to hold them in. I would do my best, but dang. And yes, I did sell cars, so I'm not just speaking out of my butt. This is real experience here. Wow. 78 to 79 is what they're worth today. New. He owes 168.
That is so
$90,000 more than a new one in.
That's wild.
And then we'd have a discussion in the sales office. Most people would feel sorry for him. 1 or 3 people would laugh at him. They're heartless people. They might be the same people licking the boots about the parking stalls earlier. Anthony delineates how he found himself in such a situation. he was one of the Hummer EVs earlied up. Yep, I told you it was definitely that price earlier. Purchasing the truck at a staggering $200,000 price. So even if you just bought it in cash, and you wouldn't be upside down because you'd be cash, you would be out $200,000 minus $78,000. Wow. Anthony attributes the massive disparity that he now possesses to the craze surrounding the Hummer EV's initial release. And not only that, but as our friend Kyle Connor shows us, he can't even sit in the truck while it's charging because his AC drops charging down to 40 kilowatts. So he's charging forever if he sits in the car.
Are you saying this was Kyle's car?
No. Kyle, I don't know Kyle's financial situation. I'm just saying that Kyle points
I was going to say, I missed that episode.
Yeah, Kyle he was pointing out that the GM has this issue, and some people are telling him that the 2025s don't have the issue, but I imagine that something still had it for him to point it out again because he thought they fixed it. Popular auto.
I know they're big. I sat in a 2024, and I got pictures of it. That's here again, right off of where I live. Is you either have the Tesla chargers at Myers or at the local, I think it's Pilot.
Yeah.
General Motors put in 2 superchargers.
Nice. And
so we get everybody over there.
Yeah, and they got Ionic.
But that was a beautiful vehicle.
It
is.
is.
My God, that thing is.
It is.
Beautiful beast.
Yeah. I wouldn't buy one new, but I like them.
Right.
The highest price paid on a Hummer EV we saw was $260,420. Yeah, Doug DeMuro saw that one. Anthony appears to be one of the unlucky buyers who bought into the hype right before the EV's markup hell ended and the valuations severely precipitated. He went on to say the fervor around gas prices during the Biden administration didn't help matters either. I mean, I don't know anything about gas prices. I'm sorry. I'm too far removed. Further compounding his financial woes were Anthony's possession of 2 other vehicles, a BMW X6 and a Silverado that were fairly new. This is where his problem really started, not the Hummer itself. Because when he trades those 2 in on the one car, that the money he owes still exists. It's just in the loan on the Hummer now. He says he ended up using the depreciation on those cars when he traded them in. The negative equity was rolled into his purchase of the Hummer EV, which is why he was left with such a massive car note. But they only allow a certain percentage over what the car is priced at. So if it hadn't tanked, whoever it was doing him a real solid to allow him to do this. Anthony says he should have just walked out of the dealership, especially considering his bill came in at 10% interest rate. Right? Depending on what time of the last couple of years we're talking about, 10% isn't terrible. It's not good, but it's not terrible. It's not good. But it's not like it was a credit card style 30% interest rate or you never pay your car note 17% interest rate. It's up there. At one point, Benelli does offer a silver lining, however. He says that Anthony, compared to the other calls he's received, that 10% is comparable to a 1% VIG. Yeah, exactly. So it should have been a 9, and they only charge him an extra 1% to eat the thing. It's laughter from Anthony, who, before the 2 men get into how much Anthony pays monthly for the car, I bet he had to go on mute for a minute after he found out how much this guy pays per month. Benelli wants the customer, Benelli wants the Hummer EV. With only 11,000 miles on the odometer, the fact that the car appears to be in good condition, Benelli tells Anthony he'd like to buy the car and offers him $79,000 for the car. Wow. At least Anthony with $90,000 in negative equity. Next, Anthony informs Benelli that he'd be able to give the car dealer for $20,000 down to bite into the amount he owes on the ride. That leaves him with around $70,000 in money he'd have to pay back on the Hummer EV purchase, which also carries the negative equity of the Silverado and X6 he lumped into the sale. So before I read further, in order for this to work, he's going to need to find a car that can eat $70,000 and still pass the guidelines of the bank. So Benelli is either going to have to find a car that he's got a significant markup on and give up his markup, or he needs to find a car that the bank thinks is a really good deal and will allow him to just scoop and scoop and scoop on top of it.
Right.
So
good luck with that.
They exist. I mean, obviously he got into it doing something just like this, but At some point, you have to cut your losses and finish this cycle. That's what it's all about right here. Ouch. I thought I had trouble with people with $10,000 and $20,000 to roll around. I've never had to deal with somebody who owed $70,000 roll around money. Of course, I did only sell Hondas, Chevys, Acuras, and Toyotas, so my cars didn't cost that much to begin with. But
Wow.
how did he do this? I'm curious now. Did offer some other financial maneuvers that could help pull Anthony slash his debt. So it tells the Hummer EV owner that they could put him in another EV that comes with the tax incentive that could bring the cars down price. Yeah, that's true. So it'll be $2,750 if his money is right. It tells the seller the Hummer owner could put him in another EV that comes with it. However, even with that, Anthony would find himself having to foot the bill for around $45,000 in negative equity. That's a lot easier to hide, though. It's not going to be easy. Like I said, 17 and 20 I've had to deal with, and that was rough. He tells Anthony he would need to put $40,000 to $50,000 down in order to release the Hummer EV Albatross hanging around his neck. Yeah. Unless Anthony was able to come up with that much money down, Benelli informed him that I've been saying this guy's name wrong, haven't I? That's not an I, it's Benalo. Informed him that he didn't think he would be able to help him out in his situation. And that was usually my answer when somebody trying to roll negative equity, and it wasn't like 3 payments. I usually have to tell them no. Or magically they had the cash, and they could either pay it to the old car or pay it to me to take the old car. Those were rare. Anthony's response was polite and understanding. He expressed how shocked he was to Vanilla that a bank would allow a buyer to purchase a vehicle with that much negative equity. It's a percentage, and if your Hummer was $200,000 plus, that's a much more percentage you can kind of shuffle around. He ends the call telling Anthony that he's able to come up with 40, 50 down. He still indeed wants the car. Bring his video to a close. So did he say bankruptcy, or did the other guy say bankruptcy? Because I didn't see it in the article, but I saw it in the headline. In a caption for the post, Benalo broke down the situation further, stating that Anthony's case serves as a reminder of the massive monetary burdens that drivers can find themselves in. It's an incident, he says, this particularly occurs with high-end vehicles like the Hummer EV. So this kind of crap right here is when the whole never Elon, anti this and that, we're talking about, you need to sell your Tesla. I was like, if I will. Mine is paid off, so I don't want another car payment right now. But had I had car payments, it would be looking like this, because not as bad as this, but again, I was one of those late 2018 customers. Not as bad as the end of 2018, because I got a bunch of stuff before they were on a summer push. I ordered it in 7 years ago today, ish. This week for sure, 7 years ago. It was before my birthday, and it was the last day that you could order one or the other, either the full self-driving before the price went up, or the Obsidian Black Metallic before they canceled it, or the high amp charger before they canceled that. So one of those three. Oh, and the free internet for life. One of those was on the last day, and the rest were coming up on the end of them. And so I got my special unicorn right before it became even worse of a deal. Before they dropped the price, whatever. Or not just us 2018 folks. Look at the folks at the COVID time. They also got the screws turned to them because of supply crunch. Okay, so let's the NBC page. Nothing will waste money more than buying a new car. It's the single worst financial decision millennials will ever make. Anyone, really. But if you buy it for business or lease it for business, there are things you can do that it actually makes sense to soak up some of your expenses, some of your income to make them look as expenses. But that money is still burnt. It's gone.
Yeah.
But if nobody ever buys a new car, there won't ever be a used car. So don't lean on them too hard. And like me, I would never be able to keep a used car for this amount of time as I have this new car. Well, not one like this, I should say. Definitely, if you find an old Honda or something, it would definitely keep on. Additionally, the outlet writes that the vehicles lose up to 60% or more of their initial value within the first 5 years. Yes, it's not just when you drive it off the lot. It's the minute you sign on the paper, because once the paper is there, that's what makes it a used car. It can stay in one spot on the lot, like we saw with one of the Hummer owners. He bought it, never drove it anywhere, and then he had to sell it as a used car. But because they were so production constrained, he was able to make the money back. But it was a used car at that point. So now whoever got it from him, it was a twice used car, even though it had 0 extra miles on it. So that person probably got if they were quick to cycle their cars, they probably got a unfortunate bit of news headed their way as well. Like, hey, your car's used twice. It may only have 1,000 miles on it, but next person's gonna be the third owner.
Yeah.
Sold the cars at a time when EVs and hybrids were in high demand due to gas price surges. Presumably, this coupled with the standard depreciation amounts for newer vehicles, contributed to the bevy of negative equity he's amassed. Yeah. Commenters react. Folks reacted to the video were shocked by Anthony's decisions. One person couldn't believe that Anthony spent that much money on a car to combat rising gas prices. You would be surprised. The gas prices were really high, so I decided to spend $150,000. It probably didn't look that way on paper to him at the time. I'm just gonna say that. Another couldn't believe that the Hummer EV couldn't be a bit more forward-thinking. Dude lost me when he said he traded in a brand new X6 and Silverado truck for this hunk of depreciation. I mean, some people weren't around for the first Hummer, so I'm not mad at it. I'm just sad for him. Someone else was shocked at the amount of negative equity he amassed. I thought 90,000 just going out the window was insane. They said, yeah. One person couldn't understand why someone who loves cars, as Anthony said he does, wouldn't just buy a cheaper vehicle. Man, you love cars, get a Miata or something. They remarked, but the Miata burns gas, and isn't a truck. Well, both things he traded in were trucks, right? So I imagine he can't pull his boat to the boat launch, or go to Home Depot with his Miata. Yes, you can rent the Home Depot and Lowe's truck for $20 an hour. But people buy in America, we buy their everything car. We don't buy the 70 to 90% car and just rent the rest. We just don't have that mindset. We want the everything car. That's why the other commenter in the other article said, well, when EVs can do 500 miles on a charge, then I'll go. One, they already have EVs that can do 500 miles on a charge, and two, you didn't. So that's clearly not holding you back. There are other people who shared alternative ways Anthony can get out of debt. Gap insurance. Oh, no. That's fraud. Gap insurance and a big cliff. And you have to have the gap insurance ahead of time. So if you get it and then all of a sudden your car goes off a cliff.
Yeah.
That's insurance fraud. It's insurance fraud. Whereas another thought, I had a customer. Her husband passed. And the last thing he wanted, he was sick for a while. Last thing he wanted was for her to take their kids out on a road trip around the country, and wanted her to get a new car to do it. So she bought a Honda Civic Hybrid from me, and she paid the cash. She didn't have a loan on it, and she also didn't have the right kind of coverage should this next thing happen. So if you had a loan, you get the gap coverage, which would cover the gap between what you paid and what you owe.
That's correct.
There was a case of like road hypnosis or dodging something in the road or who knows what. Ended up in the ditch. It rolled a couple times, and car was totaled. The kids were all right. She was all right. The car was a write-off, but again, she paid cash for it and didn't have the right insurance to replace it. So it was just gone. So 3 weeks in, 2 weeks in, and that brand new car was. So if you get a loan on it, get the gap coverage.
That's right.
Because if it crashes in the first 3 years, 2 years, you're without enough money down, you're going to owe money on the car still, even after insurance covers the loss. And if you pay cash for it, make sure that either it was a nice used car or that you have enough coverage that you keep the new car, not just make the other one go away.
Good point, man. That's some good points.
Oh, the pump? I'm not sure where it is. Is the black one still in the box? I haven't seen the orange one in a minute. I'll look after this. We're almost done. We have a nice air pump too. Got a blow or usually pumpity for the swim stuff. I'm going to keep this one open too because I want to watch it and see how it went. It did not go well, I promise you. But I'm glad that he was there to advise and teach these people. But yeah, so about my customer, yes, definitely get your gap coverage because it's pennies on insurance. And if your dealer doesn't offer it, your insurance company probably does. So check with them about either crash forgiveness or same as new or straight up gap coverage or what was the other one they called this? If they don't have it as gap coverage and they don't know what you're talking about, just describe it and they'll have a product available for cheap. If it's not cheap, don't get it.
Yeah.
And what you ideally want to do is know how much it costs ahead of time from your insurance company when you're doing the quote on the car. Find out how much that costs. Find out how much the dealership charges. And then get the cheaper of the two. Ask the dealer if there's a deductible. Ask your insurance if there's a deductible on that service. And then there you go. Because if you get it with the car and then you trade the car in early, most of them will allow you to then call the finance department up after you've completed the sale and get it prorated, get the rest of it back as a separate transaction. So that's another car buying pro tip. I need to join up some of these ask the car dealer stuff. But the cars I want to buy aren't sold at dealerships anymore, so I don't know that I'm gonna be that excited about doing it all the time. Maybe I'll just put it as like a segment on here. So they'll never be seen again, kind of hidden. You click the name, you can ignore them. Thanks. Stop being the troll. I didn't see the troll comment, so either I've already blocked them or they got removed. File bankruptcy indeed. I wonder what the other debts he has hanging around his neck. Get some much needed medical care or surgery done. That should rack up the medical debt, even if he's insured. Most Americans put that kind of thing off until it's life-threatening. Problem is, thanks to the current politicians, not now, but in the past, when they were in power before, they've made it so you can't get rid of medical debts. So, medical debts, student loans. Student loans can't get discharged. Medical debts are harder to get rid of, and now they're trying to make it so they show up on your credit. So, so much for the little person. I've done so well. Up until now. They've just amplified their push to hate everybody. But I can't hold my tongue too much anymore. I'll try to keep it on a path, but there are. You can't tell my politics by listening to me. I'm all over the map.
Yeah.
Authority, liberty, conservative. It depends on the issue and how I feel about it. So I weigh everything on the issues. And I am an enigma. So sorry, real person right here.
There you go.
Just part of a party. That's why what did I call it? I call myself a balanced realist. This is what I started up. And if I had the time or patience, I'd start a party on it. But this is America. Third parties win nothing. I bought a brand new EV 3 years ago. The depreciation is almost double my savings in running costs. 3 years ago, it was right in the middle of the COVID smush. So yeah, absolutely. Or actually right at the end of the COVID smush. We're in 2025 now. Now factor in, I don't know what year it is anymore. I feel old. I made a net profit around $4,000 selling it today compared to keeping my old 170,000 wild card. Not all EV are money pits. Anyone remember paying the stupid prices for Broncos? Keep my EV invested. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've lost a little bit of money on this one, but I also haven't ever paid for fuel for it. And all my road trips are free. And internet is free. So it's worth keeping around. and FSC was only $7,000 extra dollars, $8,000 extra dollars, not 16 or whatever it got up to later that year. It's back up to 7 now. It's only going up. Like I said, Elon says stuff. Quickly overshadowed by next year's advances. Okay, that's not the comments. Let's finish these next couple ones. Let's get out of here. Okay, don't close that because I want to watch the video. -3 stars. Woman orders an Uber and Tesla picks her up. She can't believe what the owner told her to do while in the car. This is one of them TikTok things. She either told her to buckle her seatbelt or to give her a destination, like it must be in the app, or what else could a Tesla driver do as an Uber driver to scare or upset someone that's telling them what to do? Because I could see, Josh Johnson made a joke about how he wanted his Uber driver to touch the wheel. He said, "I never say anything in Uber, so if I say anything, it's been a lot." And he's like, "Dude, can you touch the wheel? Pretend you're driving." But that's not the driver telling him what to do. That's him telling the driver what to do. Let's see. Disappointed with their bizarre requests and driving rules. Kinza posted a brief recording of her time in the EV's backseat. Text overlay delineated what she's developed a bias against those who purchase cars from the popular electric-only brand. Well, I mean, if she was ragging on Elon or ragging on Tesla, and this person bought their car, especially if it's somebody like me who bought their car before everything was evident, and again, if you're assuming that he is the only person who works for the company, beside all of that, if you're going to tell me what to do with my money in a car that you're renting a ride for me, you can go walk. So if that's what he told her, then I'm not at all shocked. Ordered an Uber and a Tesla shows up. He made me put my purse on the ground because he's trying to make the seat last longer. All right, you got me already. Yeah, that is a bit weird. That is a bit weird. The only one that would annoy me is if their purse was so heavy that the seatbelt chime kept going off. Then I'd say, "Hey, buckle in your buckle in your sack, please." That would be as far as I would go with that. I mean, because if it's somebody who doesn't put their purse on the floor, it's probably going to be a pretty clean purse. Then you don't got to worry about it messing with your seats. She goes on to state, "I asked him to turn up the AC, and he turned it up by 1 degree. Now he's asking directions because his car's navigation system doesn't work." That doesn't sound right at all, because the Uber app can push the directions into the Tesla. They've been able to do that for many months now, so either he doesn't have it connected, and it's not like the old Hondas and Toyotas where Honda has the best price on map updates, and Toyota was one of the worst. Not the worst, but one of the worst. Where you had to buy the SD cards, buy the DVDs to get the map updates. It's a Tesla. The map updates are free. So
the disc, that ROM, that disc, yeah.
Disc of the SD card. So the only the hard drive. I had one that had a hard drive that would update from the DVD. So for the navigation to not be whatever she said it was. What did she say? How did she call it? Navigation system doesn't work. So the only way that's true is if she lives in like a brand new place that's not on the map, or it's one of them tricky places that just never works on the map even after the updates. But that's kind of on her for living in that place. Not whoever for. I'm not saying that they need to move. I'm saying that between whoever built the place should have made sure that the map got updated correctly. But she knows that her place doesn't show up on 3 out of the 7 GPSs. That's what I'm trying to say. Is there a way you can make a Tesla owner never pick you up again? So she started with a case of bias from the beginning. In addition to her not liking Tesla, you can tell from the beginning without even watching the TikTok. As the clip progresses, and that's not to say the next Tesla owner is going to have a problem with her person on the seat. That sounds like somebody who's in their first new car ever, and they are just a little too A little too extra. Yeah. At least it wasn't a date. Yeah, I want to date with this guy. He said put my purse on the seat because he's trying to keep the seats to last longer. I said, all right, well, certainly aren't trying to have a long-lasting relationship and have children because the kids are going to mess up way more than the purse ever will.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Is there a way you can make sure her clip progresses? Kinza records her driver whose infotainment screen is on but doesn't appear to be engaged in turn-by-turn navigation. Yeah, so if he doesn't know where he's going, probably because she didn't tell him or she changed it, then yeah, it won't have a turn-by-turn engaged. She flips the camera to reveal a close-up of her face as the video comes to a close. All right, let's see if the commenters are smarter than the controversy she's trying to drum up. Several people who replied to Kinza's video seem to share her outrage. One TikTok user recommended that she reach out to Uber corporate in regards to the driver's behavior. Yeah. You can report him to Uber. All vehicles must meet a certain code. If the navigation system isn't working, it clearly can't perform its job. You don't need a GPS system to drive as Uber. Uber provides you with GPS. So if your address doesn't show up in Uber and doesn't show up in Tesla, Uber really isn't really going to do anything about him on the GPS if you don't show up in two GPS systems. Again, not saying that you're at fault for moving there, but you should anticipate that nobody can find you if nobody can ever find you. And then you should work with whoever built your place to make sure that they submit the appropriate updates to the map, or get yourself in touch with several of the map vendors to get yourself placed in them. It sucks, but you got to do a little bit of bird dogging if you're not on the map and you want people to find you on the map. Another, and that's not me bootlicking. That's me just being practical. Like, how could he know? You're the one who knows it's broken. Another couldn't wrap their heads around why a car's owner concerned with the interior longevity of the vehicle would be using it for ride sharing. There you go. You got a problem with that. Don't Uber. Trying to make the seats last longer, but he's in an Uber. What? Exactly. You pick it up in public, man. You don't know who's getting in. Now, if they had like a kid with a dinosaur jagged like tooth toy with the wheels and the claws, and they try to play it on your seat, then yeah, could you ask your kid not to slice my toys up with his plastic knives?
I got a friend out here. I don't know if you want to say his name, but I got a friend out here, man. You know, he actually does it full time with his Teslas.
Yeah.
Ubers and you know, people in and out and things like that. But I think he takes it serious where he keeps it clean. He gets it treat, you know, like the leather treatment. He gets it detailed every week, you know, every other weekend. And you know, he even lube his doors and stuff with, you know, silicone, you know.
It's not hard to take care of it, yeah. You know, I had my Model S was I was using for Uber for up until the crash, basically.
He makes pretty good money too.
Yeah, I even started the first year of this car's life out was as an Uber, and you just gotta manage people a little better. It's not fun, but if you approach them a certain way, they'll give you the respect that you're asking for.
But I think he he works early morning getting people that's mainly going to airports and stuff business.
You can't be running the bar crowd.
Yeah. That's why I say he said he did it a couple of times. He don't, he said one time he got somebody in the car where the ride requested him, but they had four other people want to get in the car. You know, he was like, no, they was all. You know, they was all right leaving downtown Austin bars, you know, and
because if you get pulled over, that's on you as the driver. If something happens, again, that's you on you, the driver, and Uber won't help you because you violated the law. So no, you are one butt per seatbelt, and per seat. Because if for some reason you have a seat that has two seatbelts, like maybe one's a kid and one's an adult, one butt per seatbelt per seat. So the driver sounds like a nightmare to me, they wrote. But yeah, so she said that people have dog stuff under their shoes, for heaven's sake. Yeah, you don't have to put your purse on the floor if you don't want to. Whereas others said they too have had poor experiences with Tesla owners who utilize their rides as 1099 taxis. I had a Tesla owner for an Uber once, and he got mad at me for not knowing how the door handles work. mean, it does get annoying on the 30th person today who doesn't know how to work the doors, but you're also running in a car that doesn't have normal door handles. So unless you're in a Model S where door handles pop out, okay, that's easy. Or if you're in a Model X where the door handles don't matter, if you're in a Cybertruck, a Model Y, or Model 3, you're just going to have to deal with people not knowing how to work your dadgum doors. How it works. It's part of the process.
I was going to say some people hold on to that button and open it unintentionally.
Yeah.
But then once they know that the first time, then they've learned. So
Yeah.
that's not such a problem. But I think it's actually quite a sensible place because you put your hand there, then you just open it.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's a real bad thing. I mean, it's only the other people pulling the other one, the emergency one, down when they shouldn't.
Yeah.
Because of the door thing with the glass, wasn't it? And damaging the motor, wasn't it?
Yep. Yep. And then Tesla put a patch for that too. Yeah. So if it's got power, it won't damage it. It'll still yell at you, but it won't damage it. Only when it's off. But even before they get to there, they're getting out. For the getting in, they have to know that if you have a car with manual door handles that are always flush, some people don't have that. Because typically you'll have.
I did see those. There's other things pointing saying door handle here. There's these stickers that they put on, and then there's another one with the picture of the door they stuck onto them.
Yeah,
but that was to help people out.
Exactly. If I was Uber in a Model Y, I would definitely do a door handle here. On my Model X, what I did was I hid the door handles because I didn't want them touching my doors. I'm like, I got you. Here's the door. It's open.
I'll tell you the worst thing, though, was when I was on the bus the other day, I found out why I was getting so fatigued. I thought it was just general heat. But when the engine's running, the heat is actually pouring into the bus, and it's just getting hotter and hotter.
Yeah.
And there's no shutting it off.
Yeah.
So it's just cooking you. It's just a big fan heater.
Yeah.
And I thought that no wonder that. So I thought I'm not taking this bus unless I really have to, because you're sitting there with this fan blowing directly at you, blowing up at you through the vent. Lord, that's what's happening.
Is it not have air conditioning, or is it one particular model with a flaw, or what's the deal with that?
I don't know if this is the way they've routed them now to keep them working, because they're the older style buses. I can't wait for them to replace it with the electric one.
Yes.
As I say, they've got the other one there, because I showed you the T13, didn't I? Well, that's with the other company. Arriva has still got the old diesel buses, and they're due to be changed. They really are, but they're slogging them for as much as they could do until they have to change them. So, as I say, that's how it is. So I started walking and on the bike and stuff. I got the replacement watch, the smartwatch the other day.
Mm-hmm.
And the GPS only logged half of my steps or less, and it kept stopping them.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, is it that, or is it going into the shops, or the rest of it is just not calculating?
That's a good question. Marquez Brownlee, MKBHD, he tests these things regularly to see who's got accurate and inaccurate step trackers, and he finds the discrepancy can be substantial. Another person all too familiar with the air conditioning non-compliance says, worse, they're trying to save batteries so they won't use much or any AC. That's a new owner right there, because AC is not the worst of your problems on an EV. Heat is a whole nother story if you don't have a heat pump. Mm-hmm. At least one person, however, proposed a way to ensure that some specific vehicles are banned from showing up in Kins's accounts. Contact support and tell them that the redundant braking system hurts your stomach, and you'd be able to have a block from Teslas on your account. And then you'll be complaining to Uber that it takes you 30 minutes to find a ride. Because if they block all the hybrids and all the EVs, you're only going to get the gas cars, and only when they're available, and only before they get replaced with EVs and hybrids. Can riders block drivers? Yeah, you can block a driver, absolutely. According to Ride Guru, there are ways to ensure that specific drivers and passengers aren't ever matched again. On the application, what says the CEO of Taxi Fare Finder is an Uber driver themselves broke down how this reportedly works. They're saying the logic in ride-sharing solutions that Uber and Lyft embodied. The other thing is you don't have to do anything. If you get this person 2 more times, then the system will actively avoid trying to put you guys together again, just for competitive reasons. You want this milk? Yeah? Okay, here. She's learning somewhere. She does. Yeah. Hey, hi. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I got a couple more minutes. I'm about to run in and do something right quick.
Okay. Yeah, we got one more, and then I need to get her out the heat too. If an Uber passenger rider, there we go, and give them a 1-star rating, the app's algorithm will ensure they're never paired with that driver again. Okay, so yeah, she already did it. And then also, if it does pair you with them again and you give them a bad rating, the driver themselves will, if they happen to catch who did it, will notice you and like, yeah, I'm not, skip the ride. I've done that. Somebody gave me a 3-star once. And I was like, I kept getting them all day. Nah, you can walk.
I'm saying like the same person that you kind of knew or had an idea.
Oh, I knew exactly who did it because
Gotcha.
right after them that my number went down, and I checked.
Yeah.
And so I said, okay, I got you. Let's see where you want to go after you finish buying them Chotskis. With me. Although one Quora user argues that simply giving the driver a bad rating could ultimately harm their employee. Yes, it will. And that was why I didn't want to see them again. Because if they're going to give me another 3-star, that could hurt my rating. 1, to get bonuses, and then 2, to even stay on the platform. Imagine giving an inordinately low rating the Quora recommends for contacting Uber. Yeah, that's easier just to call them. It's a pain in the butt to call them. All right, so, she did it from inside the car? I'll watch this video too. Let's do this last one, and then we'll all hit the road. All right, this is the one that Robert was telling us about. Let's go. Let's go. Did I push it again? I might have to push it again. There we go. Tesla's full self-driving tackles the world's trickiest roundabout. The magic roundabout is made of 5 smaller roundabouts. There's a tricky situation. That's a tricky situation for anyone to navigate. So they didn't even mention the part where you could end up the wrong way. Let's see it. Is this the video here? It's a picture. Tesla FSD enabled and nailed the Swindon tricky magic roundabout. It's the latest in a series of FSD videos from Europe in which Tesla flaunts the automated driving system's capability. FSD in Europe is still pending regulatory approval. Oh, Tesla posted it. Okay, so we know it'll have good angles and stuff. It's not just a random Tesla owner. I'm not saying that the Tesla owners can't be good at video, but if it's random, you're gonna get the random quality. That's all I'm saying. But if it's the manufacturer, they can pay some people who know what they're doing. So let's see. And it's Tesla, so I might have to hit mute because they love music. Let's find out. Was I right? Or was I right? Wow, that's already confusing. They're only one level in. The heck? Do people do this every day, Robert?
Yes.
My goodness. I don't like this at all.
Yeah.
Oh my God! It look like it look thing. I forgot they call it.
Yeah, it's the end of the world as we know it.
I mean, I like a good traffic circle, but that's some inception. I heard you like traffic circles, so I put traffic circles in your traffic circles.
Oh my God.
Okay, so yeah, France got nothing on this. You're right, you changed the sides of the road and directions, and oh my goodness. And Tesla did it about 3 times in a row here? Hey, we did it. All right, let's do it one more time just so we can. That's a robot. Wow. Okay.
Wow.
I give you props.
Oh my God. Look how they drive. That's different.
Yeah. Go. Okay. FSD supervised the test recordings for a prototype vehicle, safety, blah, blah, blah. So the driver's just there for safety. Wow, and it's so smooth and quick too. Like, this is real time. Okay, so I need to make sure I got FSD if I ever go through Swindon.
Definitely.
Of course, I'd probably just take a robotaxi. Well, I say that. It'd need to be like a Model Y robotaxi because I got 4 people. I'm not taking 2 of them. That's just stupid. Come on, Elon. You need a bigger robotaxi. I get that, yes, the 2 would be enough for most people, but on a family trip, I need 4 seats. shoot, my family when I was growing up would need 6 seats. There was one traffic light there. Was that just to control the amount of people getting in and out? And that advertisement there was
This is
checkerboard.
that's not even the worst one as well. There's other ones worse than
Worse
that.
than this. Wow.
So
That one
Yeah,
advertisement
right.
checkerboard was distracting. Like that's not a good place for that advertisement while you're already in that.
Wow.
Roundabout is a segment, an excerpt from a longer FSC drive through London as Tesla waits regulatory approval. FSC always seems to do fine. Can't even speculate. There's no precedent for this. There's only other manufacturer whose cars are allowed hands-free driving is Mercedes, and the best case is strictly limited to German Autobahn. But yeah, so the Mercedes can't even do that there. So letting FSC have free reign of Europe could happen next month. Nice. Elon Musk is annoyed, still pending regulatory. Yeah? You tell them. Every time I let her talk, she's just cry. When I'm just doing something else, she's out there just talking up a storm. Okay. Yeah. What in the name of a cloud engineer would design an interchange like that? Most Americans can't figure out how to drive properly through a single roundabout. The Brits must be smarter. Look at a map of Swindon and you'll see why. It's either that or a lot of demolition or gridlock. An entire part of that town, yeah. It's kind of a congested spot next to sports complex. It includes 16,000-seat soccer stadium, a cricket ground, athletics stadium. Okay, wow, yeah, absolutely. I feel you. The roundabout wasn't organically grew. It wasn't designed. All right. Props to our friends in the UK there. So with that, let's go ahead and end the screen share. How do I push X here? Nope. Push it over here. I'm not used to doing it on one screen. You guys like, you do it all the time on the other show. Yes, I do. But usually it's somebody else sharing the screen and me just managing the screen share. There we go. So with that, Marcus, where can they find the other video you were telling us about, the full video of the EV smoke destroying that Z06?
It is on my channel, which is at EV Smoke ATX.
Same right there as his name.
Yes, that's it right there. Right there. Right here. But yeah, EV Smoke ATX there. I got it's on the show. I got some short forms on there, and the long form I have out this evening of me and him, the editing finishing up. It should be done in the next hour or two. It'll be up here as far as the full video. Or some walk around of the cars, or we just talking noise and race talk noise, friendly, But also too though that a lot of people, they show me a lot of people that you wouldn't believe that they do show me a respect on what I'm doing, and they respect the fact on how the love of the EV I done showed that I got the passion for it and what it can do, the ability and everything, and I educate people. And like I say, I got this thing I say, make non-believers believers. So
that's
a lot of people said they didn't believe the EVs can do this. So yeah. Check me out. Yeah.
I want to thank our channel members for their monetary sponsorship of this endeavor. Help us keep the bills paid for all the streaming services and the equipment as we come along, and it helps a lot, and I appreciate it. I want to thank Robert and Highlander today for moderating on the audio channel, and I want to thank everybody today for spending your hours with me today, because I know it takes time out of your busy day to listen or watch or to interact with us, and everything helps. It is appreciated. So with that, we'll catch you on the flip side. And if you'd like we already said, catch Marcus's video coming up. And then you can find more of me over on the Tesla Life show. We've got the Express show coming up on Monday, pre-recorded premiere on 7 p.m. And we've got the live show on Wednesday at the Tesla Life show on YouTube. So with that, catch you on the flip side. Hit the single, push the buttons. It's got its own mind today. Right click on. There it goes.